Yeah, yeah. Just let it ride out. What's good? What's good? I am here. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Okay, I'm on. Sorry about that. This is your man Propagate. Never too late, never too late. Thank y'all for being in tune once again. Pushing buttons 62. Okay, we hear you. Okay, sorry about that. I got trapped in the spell of the meditative state there, and I thought my voice uh, mechanism kind of went somewhere else, drifted into another zone as well. So yeah, y'all here, and so a couple of things, so let's keep everything clean. So just read the pinned message in the chat, and it'll let you know what direction to go in, and then maybe you can be on the panel having a nice convo with us real fast. And thus far, we have Professor Brinson in the back room waiting to be shown on the screen here, and then we'll get right into a conversation. And let's see here, what else do we have? Oh, so a couple of things before or after the previous stream. I created a couple of things. So I do photo editing. I have a couple of websites up. I do different things, keep myself busy. You know what I mean? I have a couple of talents here and there, and I just kind of used a musician as a template to some of my photo editing work. I have two pieces here I just wanted to show real fast, and let me see here. See what y'all think about it, if anything else. Let me see here. Okay, what do you think? Let me see here. Yeah, so I created this right here, and this is a movie coming out. Now, hey, what's up? Go Kart is here as well. Good evening, you say. Just casting a quick spell. Someone else popped in the back room, so we'll see what that is in a second. So you'll find this work on Tumblr page. I'm gonna share that link. It's called Soulful. I'll go ahead and just put it in the chat. See for a second. See, and that's been around for a while, even before I started. Ooh, I just posted the wrong thing. Give me a second. Um, that's been around for a while. Before I had my channel running, I was doing this work just on the sidelines. Doing this, is working on getting the link. Oh, what's up, Go Kart? You said hi, prop. Here's a right here in the chat. Or, let's see. All right, so let me get to it. Get back to the screen here. So this is something I created recently, and it's on my website right now. Everything on my website is what I created. Like it, and here's another. And sometimes I speak about this person in my life. She's on TikTok right now. She's selling products and things like that. So I thought take a couple of quick snapshots of her while she was going live, because I thought kind of creative. I'm a creative person, and sometimes she does. She sells products and she shows her hands on. But this time she was on camera. So here's my life right here. See if I could like this. There you go. Um, on TikTok here, and she says she'll be here on the panel uh, one day soon. See, look at her nails. Wow, that like that. So she's selling the product here on TikTok, and I was just taking these snapshots while I was watching. And I don't know what that is that she's holding off. And, she's doing her thing. So you want to know about TikTok, how to get around on TikTok? Reach out to me. Maybe I get some details for you live. Maybe I'll post her channel these days. All right, so but Rabbit, I just seen you. All right, so second. Brother Frank. Okay, my rapper says she's back. Okay, let's see. Uh, Professor Brinson.
Yes.
Hey, how you doing? So, go kart. Is everything cool? Okay, give me a second. Okay, how am I now? Because y'all's talking about my sound. Let me see how it sounds now before we start here. Okay, cool. I'm good now. Okay, I apologize, y'all. When that happens, it's not purposely. So everybody, do I sound good? Okay, better. My rabbit. Okay. So in the beginning there, I was just showing some pictures that I created. That was showing them my life. This woman called My Life that's going to be on here pretty soon. She sells products on TikTok, and I was just taking some snapshots of that when she was live once, and just kind of just being creative, just showing something different. So that's my life right there. She'll be here soon. And five, okay, pushing buttons, 5 by 5. All right, everybody says everything's cool. All right, Doctor, sorry, Professor Brinson, how are you? How you been?
Well, I've been doing fine. I'm in great spirits and ready to follow your leadership on this program.
Okay, okay. So one of the last times I spoke to you, we didn't get onto the topic of eating meat. So let's get into that because I started eating meat again. So
Okay. I'll try to make it brief. If you ask any human being that's an adult and they drive in an automobile and they surprised and shocked by the sudden appearance of an animal in their lane without thinking, the first instinct is to put on brakes, swerve. There was a fellow on a motorcycle I saw a few years back. Hit a tree, broke a few bones, trying to avoid killing that animal. The reason why we react like that is because of the nonviolent way in which we've been made. The whole of creation got several species, but we live in a world of duality where everything is separated into twos: gravity, anti gravity, matter, antimatter, male, female, positive, negative. Everything is expressed in twos. Food is also expressed in twos: violent food, non-violent food. When we use the word violent food, we say food that is made by another animal killing another animal. They live off meat primarily. That's their diet. They live by killing. They, they've been equipped by nature to be predators. They have strong jaw muscles, scissor-like teeth, claws, fast running ability, and a little cleverness where they can hide, sneak up on an animal, kill it. They normally go for the throat, smother it by choking the animal, and then they start slicing it like a butcher with their razor-like teeth. Their mouth normally does not move in a circle. It goes up and down. They don't have circular movement. And they slice chunks of meat. And because they have a huge gullet, they can swallow that meat with one chunk and swallow. They don't throw up. They don't vomit. They eat the bones. Some of them eat the fur, the blood, and everything. They made to be predators. On the other hand, you have the calm animals because the violent animals need anger in order to kill. That killing cycle is necessary to create hormones in their system for killing. Human beings are in the non-violent category, like the horses, cows, and the sheep. These animals, horses, cows, and sheep, they're very calm in terms of their disposition. They have a calm, serene way of looking at things. And that comes from eating plant-based food. Plants have a lot of medicine and sedative qualities in them. They can calm you down, make you more relaxed, more peaceful, and not wanting to hurt another being or another animal unless you may try to protect yourself. So we made like that too. The only reason we eat meat is because our mothers and fathers messed us up as a child, and we become addicts. And 80% of the American society live off of meat primarily. They eat vegetables too, but if you've been brought up by your parents, like most people I asked, they said that when they were children, if they just had vegetables at the plate or at the table, they would feel uncomfortable if there was no meat due to addiction. They become addicts. So the society has advanced to the point where a lot of companies are getting into manufacturing plant-based food that simulate and taste like meat. And my teacher taught me 40 years ago how to get into this operation. And if you want to look us up on YouTube, on our website, you can just look up Miracle Foods, FOODS, global.com. miraclefoodsglobal.com. And you can order some of the products. If you wish to call me, since there's only a few people on this program today, you can call me directly. I normally don't give out my direct number because 888-833. Let me give out this number. 888.
Wait. Okay. So this is a toll-free number, right? Sorry about that.
Yes. Let me give
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hold on a second. The toll-free number is 888. I'm sorry. I'm gonna give you the other number. 833-351-6222. Okay? They can call that line and somebody will answer, and they can ask for me. And if they wish to get more information and more insight into this, I will be happy to give it to them. No problem. Because when you kill an animal, either by driving an automobile with intentions, or if you eat an animal, or if the slaughterhouse end up killing the animal and packaging it and selling it in the supermarket, and you buy it, you are in conspiracy with that particular process, and therefore you pick up karma, bad karma, which you have to pay. That's the low level of almost like kindergarten knowledge that we need to have if we are to develop spiritually. You can do meditation, you can make a little progress, even if you eat meat. But realize that you can't go far inside the upper worlds unless you conform to the way in which the Creator has made you. You are a nonviolent species seeking to get back to the nonviolent one. But like I said, nonviolent species exist as well as violent species. You got violent beings, demons inside. They want you to come to them if you do violent activity. And you got angels inside, and these angels want you to come to them. And God wants you to come to him if you go deep into seeking. So that's the general answer in a nutshell, unless people have questions.
Yeah, so I want to introduce you to Mud Rabbit. Is that a question, actually? It's an introduction. So Mud Rabbit, this is Professor Brinson.
Hello, Professor.
How
nice
you
to
doing?
meet you.
I'm
I'm good. Nice to meet you.
What's your question? You have a lovely voice.
Oh, no, I didn't have a question. I was just wanted to let you know it was very nice to meet you. Prob has some of the most interesting people on here. And thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Yeah, Mud Rabbit, you still eat meat, huh?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I have a different view on it.
You have a different theory? Let me hear your theory.
No, not a theory. I have a different view. It's more the scientific view. A large part of our population is O positive. And O positive people don't make very good vegans or vegetarians. People with, I think it's A and B and AB, make better vegetarians. But the people who have O positive and O negative, O blood type,
Okay.
need the protein. I myself have a health issue where I need the protein. Otherwise, I go into a pancreatic attack.
Pancreatic. Okay, now I'm not here to convert or change anybody, but I'm talking about the majority of people who don't have biological problems should move in that direction. But if you got a biological problem and you need protein, look at the elephants. They live off leaves. Look how big and strong they are. Look at the cows. They eat nothing but plants, but they can live to be 30, 40, 50 years of age. The elephants can live to be 80. So if you have some type of an immune deficit due to DNA birth, then you can continue, but you still will create karma. The law of karma does not care. The law of karma is more rigid than gravity. It's better to, like if a baby at the age of 4 or 5 months and you're on the second floor of a unit of a house, and you have a window which leads to a veranda, and the baby crawls out and says, "Mommy, mommy," who will experience more fear, you or the baby? Hello, did you understand that question, ma'am?
Yes, sorry, I was muted. Yes, the mother.
The mother, because the mother knows that gravity doesn't care. That's
right.
That's how karma works.
Of course, I fully understand karma.
So you're creating negative karma when you eat that way. Your consciousness is compassionate, and you share in the non-compassionate activity that you engage in. You pick up the karma when you create pain in anything, a human being, in anything, any life form. So if you want to continue that and wait on the next birth, you can do that. Or you can say, look, I'm going to try to change and run an experiment and eat protein from plant-based products.
Been there, done that.
You've done that?
Yep,
Okay.
ended up in the hospital for it.
Okay.
It's, I believe in the scientific method, and O positive people, they need the protein. They need it for they need the collagen. They need a lot more than what's just the protein. Like I said, A, B, and AB, they can make great vegetarians and great vegans, but O positive people need it.
Why are people born with a special deficit in their system where they
Well,
can't
we're
eat
born
plants?
in sin. I mean, in the Bible, we were given permission to eat meat when we left Eden.
I'm glad you made that. Eden is actually in the astral plane.
Right.
If you go up in the higher part of the astral world, where all of the heavens and the hells exist, especially in the upper part with the heavens.
Right. I understand that.
You will have an experience of knowledge of what you should eat when you become a human being.
Yeah, but we don't even eat up there.
Pardon me?
From what I understand, we don't even consume there.
You can.
You can, but it's not necessary. Down here, we're service to self, so we consume.
But if you meet a human being who knows how to go there, you have to drop your knowledge and listen to Jesus when you see him.
Right.
You can't continue with your knowledge. You have to forget about this intellectual knowledge, because intellectual knowledge can look like it's real. Scientific knowledge can look like it's real. To some extent, it is.
Right. But you still have to look at all three facets. And that's what I do. I look at all three facets.
Yes. Okay. Last example I'm going to give. If you go and meet a doctor who has graduated from the best cardiology university in the world, but he never practiced cardiology, but he got all of the sophisticated language, he got all of the intellectual understanding, and then you meet another doctor who went to a local college and became a cardiologist and had over 300 successful cardiological operations. Which one would you listen to if you need to have your mother operated on in the heart? That's an easy question. You will listen to the one with the experience, not with the intellectual information. So therefore, we need a living teacher who's advanced that can teach you to forget about your intellect. He'll use science but he wants you to rise above that and understand how the law of karma operates. And I understand you're in a position where you can't do that. You feel you can. How long have you been like that? All your life? Where you had to consume meat? Hello?
My mute is not working right. No, I
I
look at all three facets. I mean, the Bible itself has three meanings, but then you have to look at the spiritual, you have to look at the physical, you have to look at the scientific, you have to look at everything. You can't just pick one. You can't just pick and choose.
I'm in agreement with you.
Mhm.
But you have to go to the spiritual world and look at the spirit. You can't look at it from here. You got to go there. Just like you have to look at this world from the physical.
Right.
So, all right, we can go to another conversation.
I think we're arguing semantics here. I think we're more in agreement than we are in disagreement.
No. When you actually die, you'll see this.
Yeah.
When you actually die and go inside, then you say, "Oh, Professor told me the truth." I'm not just talking from intellect now. I've had the experience of actually dying in the year of 2019, and I shared that with this particular program.
Mm-hmm.
And if you wish to look it up, you can go to Freedom Show.
Okay.
And on Freedom Show, he interviewed me twice. He had a lot of people on there. He was eating meat too. And I said, look, you got to not be non-compassionate toward the animals. They got consciousness. They got a soul, just like we have a soul. You don't want nobody cutting off your ear and frying it and cooking it to you. But if your mother did that when you were a child, fried it, put barbecue sauce on it, you may like it. So we're creatures of habits, not so much of knowledge. And we get illusionary knowledge even from holy books. Because these holy books, most people don't even know who wrote the Bible. I've talked to so many Christians, they say, oh, it was done by an inspired man. I said, who? That's when they run into problems. Now, some people go deep into understanding the Bible. They know it was not written by Jesus. It was not written by Matthews. Mm-hmm. It was according to John, according to Matthews, according to Luke. It was not written by even the people who surrounded Jesus. They don't even know that 2,000 years ago, the people who lived over in the Middle East, the average lifespan was 35 years of age because there was no sanitation of water. People would go to the river, wash their clothes, take baths, get water, drink it, and they get bacteria. They didn't know what bacteria was.
It's also why they weren't allowed to eat pork.
Yeah, they would die early. Mm-hmm. And Jesus was only here for 3 years, and none of his disciples wrote anything. If you go deep into the scholastic research, you discover that they didn't write anything. It's according to what they said. They passed on their teaching by oral communication with different people. Not to say that they didn't have the truth. The only one who really had the truth of all of the disciples was Peter. And Peter denied Christ 3 times, right? Mm-hmm. He said to Christ, when the soldiers, when Caesar sent the soldiers to pick up Christ, because they wanted to question him since the word was out that he was God. And Caesar said he was the person in charge of that country. So, but anyway, to make a long story short, Peter wanted to hurt some of these soldiers with his sword. And Christ told him no. And so Peter came close to Christ, and Christ whispered to him and said, Peter, don't do that. You got to be more loving, even to your enemies. And so Peter didn't do anything. And then Peter said, look, Christ, I'm willing to go to jail for you. I'm willing to die for you. Then Christ looked at him and laughed a little bit and said, Peter, you'll deny me 3 times before the cock crows. Peter didn't understand that until the soldiers came out and questioned him about, are you a follower of Jesus? And before the cock crows, he denied him 3 times. But Christ gave him the keys to the kingdom. You have to have a kingdom to open up this 3rd door in order to go into the higher regions. And that key is given to you by someone who's advanced spiritually. You can try on your own and make a little progress, but you won't go too far. So that was the meaning of that statement. Okay? Mm-hmm. And Christ.
Oh, Professor. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
One last thing. If you go deep into the Jewish literature, Christ was an Essene. Mm-hmm. And the Essene teacher of him was John the Baptist. John the Baptist was a vegetarian, ate no meat, only lived off plants. And he didn't believe in drinking any liquor, liquor that would make you drunk, but you can eat unfermented grape juice. And he baptized Christ, which meant he taught him how to meditate, how to go inside this body. Every human being is made in such a way that they have the capacity, every human being, if they're taught properly, how to vacate this body while living, go into the higher regions, then come back and go to work tomorrow. Can you think of anything more beautiful than that ideal? That's what attracted me toward my teacher. I can't think of anything better. I wanted to see if he was correct. And I discovered he was. But there's something in the body which takes you out when you die. Every human being will be pulled out of the body against their will when they die. But they don't know what this something is. Most of them don't know what it is. So I'll end on that note. Okay?
Oh, yeah. Oh, did you want to say something, Rabbit? I just want to get to the comment on the screen. Do you see that,
No.
Professor Brinson? Do you see the comment on the screen, Professor Brinson?
I'm looking at it now. Let me see.
Go.
It said, tell us more about that NDE. Okay? You want me to talk about that? I can.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Of course. Yeah,
When
we
you-
just have a conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are several ways in which a person can have an NDE. There's a conscious way, which I just talked about a few seconds ago, where you get a key to concentrate attention. Your attention has to become singularized, like in Matthew's in the Bible, 6:22. If thy eye becomes single, thy whole body shall be full of light. Light means knowledge, real knowledge, not intellectual knowledge. Also, when you die consciously, you can have this experience, which most people don't understand that is possible. But there's another way to die too. You can have an NDA, somebody can shoot you. You can have an NDA by being stabbed to death or by having a stroke, having kidney failure, and you can be revived and come back. And a lot of people, you have over 20 million Americans who've had that experience. Most of them go that way and they come back through being revived. And they talk about their experience. Not all of them come back. Most of them don't come back, okay? From strokes, heart attacks, etc. But when they come back, they share these experiences. And you may find a lot of these people talking about this on YouTube. Some people even can practice a type of meditation where they can go inside a little bit. And they think that's the highest region. If you go inside to the astral plane, that's the elementary school of the spiritual world. People feel it's the highest experience because all these levels of consciousness are structured in such a way that you feel they're the highest. Like when you go to sleep and you dream, you become unconscious of the physical world and you create another body, which you think is yourself. You normally don't look at it. You also create skies, you create sun, moons, you create thousands of people that you see. Some of them are walking in the street. You can create cars. You can create a man on top of a building, and he can be an old man with a beard. You can see a young man passing bricks up to him to construct this new building. You're creating time when you're doing that in the dream world. Our consciousness has the capacity to create and experience at the same time. When you wake up, you discover that that world is unreal. Your identity comes back to you when you wake up in a dream in the physical world without moving your body, without opening your eyes, without moving anything. You discover you are awake. And if you ask anybody that question, and I'm going to ask somebody now to prove this, they can't give the right answer. They know it. So anybody that want to give an answer, how do you know you are awake when you wake up from a dream and your eyes are closed and you don't move your body? How do you know? I can't get an answer from anybody. Even though they know the answer, they can't articulate it. Hello? Can y'all hear me still?
Yeah, no, we're thinking.
Well,
You
no,
know
I
it.
couldn't. I wouldn't be able to answer that because I don't remember my dreams. We've been
No, it's
over
not
this
the dream.
before.
It's not the dream. I'm saying when you are awake physically, when you wake up from a dream, how do you know you are awake?
Well, you don't. But
Tell me.
you
I know you know.
assume that whatever reality you're in, if it feels natural, you just
No, I'm
continue
not
your
talking about
day.
feelings. I'm talking about how do you know now? That's different from feelings. How do you know? Give me some specific, practical reason. or information?
I have no clue.
You don't. You can say you don't know if you want to say that. That's nothing wrong.
I said
you
I
do
haven't
know.
a clue.
Okay, now you gave the right answer. That's the thinking part. Now I'll tell you. Then when I tell you, your light bulb will go off. You remember last night when you went to sleep. You also remember, more importantly, the age that you are without opening up your eyes, without moving your body. Your age gives you the definition of the world and of yourself. If you're 13, you know you're 13. If you're 25, if you know you're 50, you get that identity. And you can't disagree with that, right?
Right.
Now, these answers are simple, but I put it in a way in which you can know a lot of things, but unless a teacher explains it to you, then you won't have clarity in terms of lightness. Unless you open up this third eye and go all the way up into the astral world. Then you understand food, everything. And if you eat animal food, and I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the average person who may eat it and lack it. The Lord will show them compassion and give them another life and say, okay, now you're a lion and eat all you want. You don't create any karma. Go and kill as a wolf. Go and kill as a hyena. He'll do you like that out of compassion. You know what I'm saying? Or you'll learn another way. He can put you in a family that eat nothing but plant-based food if you've been seeking him deeply. Or you'll learn through some way in this world how to come to that conclusion. Any other question?
Well, we have a question from GBR up on the screen there.
Okay, let me look at it. Who was your teacher, Professor? Oh, he's on YouTube. He's passed away. Then I'm going to talk about my near-death experience. Then I'll talk about him, okay? When I was in the hospital at the behest of my wife to get a colonoscopy, if you look at that YouTube talk on Freedom Show, I was in the hospital and my son videoed me talking about this after I got out of the hospital. But I went over there and I argued with my wife on the way. I said, I don't need no colonoscopy. I've been eating plant-based food for over 50 years. My internal organs don't have any cholesterol. Everything is as pure as the snow. Because when you eat animal food, it can be contaminated. It's sluggish. You're not supposed to eat that. Plant-based food got a lot of medicine and healing qualities. And she says, shut your, I won't use the word, so-and-so up. You're going to get this done. So as we get to the hospital, I was supposed to get a hip operation on my right hip. I've been stalling on that. So I had a cane. And she said, here. She was trying to be nice. She asked one of the people on the registration floor, because we had to go up to the 4th floor in Rush Hospital, which is near downtown in Chicago, to get me a wheelchair. So she was being very polite and kind as a wife. As we get on the elevator and we get up to the 4th floor, I get into another argument. I said, I thought you were supposed to go to the bank first. We need to get some cash. She says, shut up. Started getting mad and angry and cursing again. So I was quiet. As she wheeled me into the doorway of the 4th floor to see the colonoscopist.
Oh, I just want to jump in. I just want to jump in real quick. It's hard for me for us to hear you. There's some background going on in your background, I think. Sorry about that.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I could hear you, but it was kind of hard for me to focus on what you were saying. I think you had a TV on or something in the background.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Yeah,
Okay,
I wasn't having any problem at all.
JR? JR? Come here for a second. He said there's some background noise, maybe TV on. He can't hear right. He's loosened.
We're
Hello?
good.
Can
We
you
can
hear me
hear
now?
you.
I told the
we can hear
technology-
you.
the technology was in the other area with the TV on. Okay, that might have affected.
Technical
Probably-
difficulties.
Probably I heard your
it.
assistant in the background. Probably I heard your assistant talking in the background. Maybe that's what it was.
Yes. And the person, she wasn't affected by it, right?
No, I was
So
fine.
she was in a concentrated state. So when you take your attention, the attention has the capacity to move. When you were a child, you could run up to your mother and your mother was busy and she wouldn't hear you as you were talking. Or you can be on the phone talking to a person, or you can be talking to another person, and it can be noise, and you can take your attention and take it off the noise, right? You understand what I'm trying to say by attention?
Yes, I do that a lot.
Attention is flexible, but we need to take the attention off the physical body and go to another level of awareness. We don't know how to do that, okay? So I thought I'd go off on a tangent. But anyway, as I had this experience with her, and she wheeled me into the 4th floor to see the doctor who was supposed to perform the colonoscopy on me. I didn't say anything anymore. And as we got in there, she kept talking. I didn't respond. So she looked at my body, started shaking it, and then she got into a state of panic. And so when she got into the state of panic, cold blue, I guess the nurses came out. They cut off my expensive jacket, which I talk about in that YouTube talk, because I was watching all of this as Patrick Swayze in the movie with Ghost and Demi Moore and Whoopi Goldberg. If you remember that movie, Ghost, he didn't know he was dead. I knew I was dead. So he tried to chase that man who had shot him, and his hand would go through the body. When you're a ghost, you can't touch anybody in this world.
What was
People
your
can't
first thought
Pardon me?
in that state? What was the first thing that popped into your head?
Okay, this is what happened. My teacher had taught me earlier, whenever you die, I will chaperone you. I will escort you all through these regions. You don't have to worry about, because these regions are vast. It's almost like if you could go inside, get out of the body and start traveling in space. Do you know there are trillions of stars and galaxies? Where would you go? You don't have no GPS system, right? So you need a teacher who has gone there to a certain level in order to take you. Otherwise, you could end up lost in space. There's a silver cord on the body, and there can be highway robbers, I call them spiritual robbers, who can try to rob you of your spiritual wealth. They can mislead you. You can meet a being and you think that is Jesus. You never ask them who they are. When we inside, we see a person that we think is looking like the person we thought, and we don't ask them. If you ask them as you go far up, they cannot deceive you, because deception can only take place in this world, and deception plays a role. Without deception, if we could see what's in the mind of another person, which you can do in the astral plane, many of us would not get married if we knew we were not supposed to get married. But we had to get married because the blind spot was in our mind, and we had to get a divorce. If we knew that our children would kill us like the Menendez brothers did, we would be happy. We would be unhappy with having children. We knew we were going to get a divorce. We didn't want to get married. We go through karma by not knowing what the karma is. That's how this world works. But when you're in the astral plane, you get all of the knowledge. So when I got into the astral world with him, before I went up and left the hospital room, he said, let's get out of this boring environment. Nobody could hear us. He said, why are you trying to stop them from cutting off your expensive jacket? Your hand is going to go through their jacket and through their arms. So as we left the hospital room, we flew faster than the speed of light, and we arrived at the sun, because I asked him, I said, can I see the sun? He said, yes. There was a great explosion taking place, nothing but gas and lights and nuclear explosion.
Wow.
I didn't feel anything, but I could see all of this. I was a small speck of human being watching this. And he said, why you see the sun every day? Why are you worried about this boring experience? Let's go higher up. As he escorted me into the upper part of the astral plane. That plane is gorgeous. It looks just like this world, except that it's a more perfect expression of this world. There are no ugly people there. You can find ugly people in this world, but you can't find them there. All of the ugly people in this world will go get plastic surgery when they get old, or they may put on makeup and eyelashes and lipstick and get their hair cut and dress fine to get rid of their ugliness. But in that world, you don't need Botox. You can just think and keep your body as young as you want, or as old as you want. And so people in that world, the average age, if you want to compare it with this world, is about 35, 30 years of age. Everybody look beautiful and gorgeous. They have knowledge. They're very loving. There's no hatred taking place. There's no killing taking place. Even the animals don't kill each other there. You don't have to eat any food, but if you desire it, you can eat it there for the sake of taste. Just like we eat in this world for taste, even if we're not hungry. Let me get some watermelon. Let me get some of this. You know, we don't have to be hungry to eat. So that the senses that operates in this world operates there, except they increase by many folds. Your ability to see increases. You can see in a panoramic view. Right now, you can only see peripheral view because your head and your eyes only on the side. You know, you only can see so far in front and then on the side. But in that world, you can see all around you. You can see at far distances in space, almost like a telescope. And you can fly because there's no gravity there. You can think and create houses there, just like you create houses in this world. But the way you create them, you go see an architect who do a design, and he shows you the design, and then you get a contractor who develop it. You're doing the same thing by thinking, right? In this world, I want a new house that looks like this. The same thing goes on there, except that you don't need any money. You just think, and the mind becomes more powerful there. In this world, it's powerful here too. You find people who can concentrate attention. Let's forget about spirituality. Let's focus in on those who go to school and who have a love for science. Let's take a black figure, Dr. George Washington Carver, who was a slave, but he had a strange love for the study of plants. And when he got out of slavery, he went to school. First school he went to, they discriminated against. They wouldn't let him in. But he eventually graduated, got his degree in botany and chemistry. But he had this strange, uncanny, inordinately uncanny love for the study of plants. And if you know his biography and his history, he loved studying all kinds of plants, but two plants he fell in love with more than the other ones. That was the sweet potato plant and the peanut plant. And with these two plants, he came up with over 400 different discoveries and invention. He made different kinds of food, different kinds of dyes, and different kinds of, he made rubber. Henry Ford in the 1920s came to him and wanted to know if he could bring him in as a partner and help him, come up with tires on his assembly line for his cars. Carver, he offered Carver 6 figures. Carver was only making $1,500 a year. Carver turned him down, and he went to Tuskegee and set up an institute there. But anyway, I met a person in the 1970s. Her name was Dr. Fulton. She was a much older lady. She had a health food store on the south side of Chicago. And she converted Dick Gregory to eat plant-based food. And I asked her, she told me on her own that she had met Dr. Carver before he died. So I got fascinated with him because I had studied him earlier. I was an extremely curious person. So I said, how did Dr. Carver come up with all these inventions and discovery? She said, and I couldn't understand her. She gave me a metaphorical answer. She said the plants gave up their secrets to him. I said, what? So she laughed. She said, again, the plants gave up their secrets. But then after I got my teacher who taught me, he said, when you concentrate attention on anything, the secrets embedded within that activity automatically surrender themselves to your attention. Your attention is more powerful. It's the second most powerful source in creation, next to the creator. If you put your attention on the creator, 100%, like they said in the Bible, love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, mind, and soul. I believe that's in 22, Matthews. If you do that, or concentrate, singularize attention, the Lord will give you all of his secret. He'll make you like himself. The Lord will surrender himself to you because you are him. In Psalms 82, 6, ye are all gods. The Bible got all of these truths, but they're hidden in metaphors. We can't understand these allegories unless you meet someone who can unravel them. So as I had this experience, I wanted to meet the president of that world, which is just like in this world, Biden is the president. He has so much power. He got administrators, right? In that world, they got angels, which help them. And they control the Akashic records of this world, which is the karma. They decide which body you'll be born in, how you're going to pay off your karma, what racial group you'll be born in, how long you're going to live, how much money you're going to make. They do all of this. And when you take birth and you grow up, you have the feeling that you have free will. You have no free will. There's only one will. That's the will of the Lord. The Lord knew exactly what's going to happen to all of us millions of years, trillions of years ago. He knew, because he designed this play. This is his movie. We on his channel. We're not on the channel of Propagation 8. We on his channel. He's enjoying his film, and he's looking to give awards to different people who can act well. We don't know we actors. Therefore, we become great actors when we don't know. When you cry at somebody's funeral that you love, you cry in real tears because you don't know that that person is not really dead. That person has gone to another level of consciousness. You don't know. So you crying well. So you may get a Grammy Award. If you want an Emmy, which is higher, you get more knowledge. If you want a Spiritual Academy Award, which is the award he gives out, then you know you acting and you enjoy the act. And you become a great actor. Even if somebody want to kill you, not only your enemies, you can love them. You can give them your coat. Like Christ said in the Bible, give them your overcoat. If somebody comes, love your enemies. Turn the other cheek. You can naturally do that without disciplining yourself like Dr. King did in the South. But if you discipline yourself, you create good karma. But if you do it naturally, you have to be able to go inside the body at a high level in order to do this naturally. So as we go to the causal level, that's where all of the Akashic records exist. In the astral plane, only a portion of the Akashic records exist. But all of them exist on all species, everybody that ever exists in time and space. Whew, that's a big region. Millions of years of memory come back. In the astral plane, at least 4,000 years of memory come back. That's how you know you're there. When you die from this world and go there, just like in the dream world, you wake up, you discover you 50, 60, you discover you 3,000, 2,000, 4,000 years of age. That's how you know you're there. And you see other people there. And they don't need cosmetics. You can tell because you get knowledge by looking at something. In this world, you have to study. You have to put your attention on something. But in that world, your attention works a different way. You look at something and you get the knowledge embedded within it something. Here you put your attention in a classroom, you listen to the teacher and you learn. But in that world, learning becomes easy. You don't have to go through the tedium of reading books. But as you cross that astral world and go into the causal, knowledge get infused into you. I don't know how to explain it as you go up higher. And if you go beyond the astral world, which I went to the third stage, but God is 2 stages above that. My teacher took me to the third stage and he said to me, this is a stage of salvation. Anybody who reaches this stage does not have to reincarnate again. But I said, well, I want to go all the way back to what you say I came from, the original home. He said, you will do that, but now you can't because you have to go back and teach people on YouTube or whenever you meet them, talk about this knowledge. Some will get mad at you. Some will be caught up in their dogmatism. Some will think they know something without going and having these experiences. You just laugh at them and keep going. But you'll meet a lot of them that will understand you because they will sense something that they don't understand about you, which they will accept. And then you tell them what I've told you. So that was my experience, okay? Any other questions about the near death? 2 ways of dying, several ways: gunshot, automobiles, accident, heart attacks, and then the conscious way of leaving the body through meditation with love and devotion. Okay?
Are you familiar with the store called Lucky's?
No? Tell me about it.
Oh, just you had to be familiar with it because it wouldn't make sense for me to go on. But I'll think
Okay.
of something else.
Okay.
What about Costco? What about Costco? Are you familiar with Costco?
I told you I have one problem. Once I met my teacher and studied everything, I didn't put too much attention on this world too much. So you tell me, even if it takes 5 minutes. I'm willing to
Okay.
learn.
I guess I'll ask the obvious question. How would you spell the name Costco for the store called Costco? How would you spell it?
How would I spell it?
Yeah.
I would try to use a phonetic way, C-O-S-C-O, but I may be wrong. It could be K-O-S-C-O or K-O. The different phonetic ways of spelling it. You tell me the correct one.
Oh no, you said it. That's how I recall it being Cosco.
Yes,
So
Costco.
yeah.
That's a company that sells gas and bulk food in Chicago and other parts of the world.
Okay,
So
yeah. So,
one thing about language,
mhm.
it can create a problem because it can have different meanings at different times, depending on if somebody say you should not, like in the Bible, in the time of Moses, he said thou should not kill. He didn't mean uh, killing human beings. He meant kill in general. But people may not understand it. You know, today they can misinterpret it and say, "Oh, he only was talking about animals." You know what I mean? Or he was only talking about birds. They can misinterpret language. If you look up the word "run," R-U-N, in the Webster Dictionary, it has several meanings. But if somebody says something to you 1,000 or 2,000 years from now and say, "Look at that lady, she got a run in her stocking," you may look at them strange and say, "Oh, stocking can't run. What are you talking about?" Or somebody, if you're in an office, says something, "Why don't you run this paper off on the machine?" You said, "The paper can't run." Or if somebody said, "Look, that person tried to run me down in his car." What do you mean? They tried to kill you? No, they were trying to chase me. Or if they tried to, run can mean several things, right? You can use a slang version of something. So we should not get caught up on words that we read. Go inside and see for yourself what the truth of those statements are or those experiences. I just wanted to go off on that tangent.
What's the Isaiah 11:6 pushing buttons says here?
Isaiah 11:6. I don't see anything. I don't. What is the statement?
I'll grab the scripture.
So I don't think I ever asked you this. Do you think that all of us, not when we're dreaming, not just when we're sleeping, or it could be during that time, like do we bounce into different realities and we don't know it?
You can. Just like when a person get hit or in an accident, get hit in the head and they go into a coma, they're still living. They're in the hospital breathing. They got to be fed intravenously. Uh, they can be in a hospital for a week or for 2 or 3 years or 5 years. They wake up and they may not recall. And they ask somebody what year it is. And they say, "Oh, 5 years went by." You can have those experiences. But even when you're in a coma, you having experiences. You don't recall them because the deeper you go into the body got several chakras. You're on the sixth chakra in this body, which is behind the eye center. When you fall and go to sleep, you fall to the fifth floor, which is the fifth chakra. You can go lower into the body and you get into a coma. And the lower you go, the reduce your knowledge becomes. But even when you go to the dream state and start snoring, if you wake up, then write them down real quickly. Otherwise, that memory will fade, right? If you don't write down
Right.
the memory of your dream, it can fade. And so it fades quickly. So we can have experiences of being somewhere else, but we don't recall. So that's the answer to your question.
Okay, yeah, Bud Rabbit, check the private chat. 11:6, Bud Rabbit puts in the chat. The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb. Do you just that part right there? I recall it being said the wolf shall lay with the lamb. So what do you say?
Okay, you both are correct. In the astral plane, they don't fight with each other, I say. And the call and the young lion, what does it jumped off now? Won't you read it to me? I'm straining my eyes. I don't have my glasses on.
Okay, we'll do. Isaiah 11:6 says the wolf also. Give me a second. It says the wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid. But the one part that I'm asking about is the wolf also shall dwell with the lamb. I thought it said the wolf shall lay with the lamb in
Okay,
the
now
KJV.
go on, go on. I didn't want to
Yeah,
interrupt you.
that
Depends
was
on which version you get. This is the King James version. Now, if you do New Latin Times, the verbiage is going to be different. Each one has different verbiage.
Let's finish this verbiage. Finish the rest of it.
but what we're saying is that we recall it in the KJV as the wolf shall lay. So all
Well,
of a sudden it
continue
says
reading it. Continue reading it, because
Well,
the rest of it, I think this is where the confusion comes in. It says, and the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and the child shall lead them.
Okay, now both of you are correct. Don't get caught up on words. When they said dwell, that means they non-violently living with each other. Whether they laying down or playing, there's no violence taking place in the astral plane with these animals, because no violence is there. It's only in this world. Okay? Is that clear? And the child they're referring to is a spiritual being in that world, leading them. Hello?
okay, so
Yeah.
so my question is this. Let me did you check the private chat, my private? My question is this. Um why would it be in the KJV one moment and the next moment you look, it says something different in the same Bible that you've been reading from for years? That's my question
Is it a question to me or to her?
to you.
Okay. Okay, now, whether the Old Testament or the New Testament, these were not written by the original people who could go inside the body. These were intellectual scholars. Christ got after these scholars when he came with the New Testament. He says in Matthew 23, if you were to look it up, woe to you, scribes and hypocrites, Pharisees. You don't know how to go inside this body, and you block other people from going inside. You don't know anything. You go out of your way to convert one proselyte, and you rob these widows of their money. You don't know nothing. You will be twice a son of hell, and you lead your people there too with yourself. People don't understand these spiritual developed mystics. Even the disciples didn't understand them. Most of these people didn't even write anything about them. These mystics don't come here to write. They come in to pick up sincere seekers and take them out of this world. There were no pens and inks at the time of Jesus. You go further back in time, there was no pen and ink. People had to write on papyrus or different kinds of paper, which was expensive. Only the writers who studied this stuff, who were few in numbers, wrote. And they thought they were expert, and they came in conflict with the spiritually developed people. And they even recommended kill them. Christ was not the only one crucified. There were other mystics crucified and slaughtered.
Yeah. Let me rephrase what I just said. It's actually wolf instead of it should be the lion shall lay with the lamb, but it says the wolf. So that's always been that way. It's always said lion. Now, Mud Rabbit, you said it depends on what Bible you go to. So what does it say in other Bibles regarding that part?
I would compare it to all the other versions, because I've noticed that when you go between the different versions, for instance, New Latin Times, the wording is different. So I'm sure somebody, because in that passage there is the word lion, and I'm sure somebody somewhere, right now what I'm doing is looking up where that comes from, but I'm sure somebody confused it along the way. Go ahead with what you're doing, because I'm trying to find out where lion and lamb comes from.
Yeah, because it was in the original KJV. I mean, there's a lot of people that say, now I look into my Bible, it literally says something different, like in my Bible, you know.
I think the problem comes in with.
Hello, my
Hey, sweetie, how are you?
I am doing good. And can I be right next to you? I'm sorry, a new guy. I'm sorry. That's my YouTube mom. Yes. Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, so
I'm a very nice person.
So Noelle, this is Professor Brinson, Mr. Brinson. This is Noelle.
Yes.
How you doing?
Good.
Okay.
I
Do you have any
am
questions?
a very nice person, and I yes, I do have like special needs. Yes, I do. That's how I am. Talkative and happiness, and yes.
You have any questions?
What are we talking about? I'm sorry.
I'll let the master of ceremony tell you that.
Yes, what are we talking about?
Oh, right now we're just talking about the Bible and how
I
something could
like the
be.
Bible. I do like the Bible. I am a good Christian. Yes, I am. I like the Bible.
What do you like about the Bible?
I do God put me here on this planet and just everything.
Now, what if he had put you in India and you had this book to study, Bhagavad Gita? You would be saying, I like Krishna, right?
Yes, I do. And guess what? My rabbit, my birthday's on Saturday, December 21st. That's my birthday.
Okay.
Yes.
So what I'm saying, when we take birth, we tend to think God only came in that form. He comes in different forms looking for seekers. And when we read these holy books are not written by these beings. They're written by disciples or some of their successors. And so when we read these books, we may get confused because they use allegories, they use metaphorical statements, they use symbolism, and we don't know how to unravel them. We can't even unravel mathematics. Like if somebody asks you when you were in grade 1, what is the square root of a certain number? If they said, what is the square root of 36? You would know. You had to be taught that, right? Then your light bulb will go off, and then you'll learn mathematics. So we don't know how to unravel the allegories and secrets and symbolism in these different holy books unless we come in contact with a living teacher. Okay? And if you go into the Bible, since you like the Bible, we don't even know when the Bible was actually written. We don't know how it was written. Most Christians don't even know that, because when they go to church, they don't talk about the exact time in which the Bible came out. You can study it and find out, or who actually wrote it. They said it was inspired by men in the King James Version. They give you a vague answer. They're not specific. Okay, so any other question anybody else got, or you found out the word of lamb and wolf?
Yeah. What you got
I'm
for
not
us?
seeing everything. What I'm coming down to, where the confusion also might come in, is because we have March is in like a lion and out like a lamb.
But let me ask you a question. What is the difference if they are playing with each other, engaging in each other, or laying down or playing?
Well, it doesn't matter if it's a lamb or a lion. The whole point is it speaks about Christ's return.
Excuse me, I do have a question for you. What happens when we pass away?
Okay, this is what happens. You have a beautiful face now.
Thank you.
You're not retarded. You have a good intellect.
Yes.
And you probably have somewhat of a good family life, right?
Yes, of course.
Now, you know, some human beings are born deformed. Some human beings are born retarded. Some human beings don't have good opportunities and situations. Some human beings are born blind, right? Because of their karmas that they've done in previous lives. So you had done something good to get that good body that you got now. And to be a seeker. So keep seeking deeply. Don't get caught in your dogmatism that we have learned by going to the churches. Because we study from people who don't know how to leave this body and go inside and talk to God and come back and and go to work tomorrow. Actually experience going to God. That's possible. And then come back and go to work. Most people don't even believe this. I didn't want to believe it until I met my teacher who told me this was possible. And I said, you got to be, I used a curse word. I said, such a thing is possible. I need to learn that. And he said, well, you got to give up eating meat. You got to eat plants because you're not made like that. I said, I can do those little things, but how do I go in? Then you got to learn how to meditate. And I said, if you got to learn how to meditate under the guidance of a person who has achieved successful meditation. And he can chaperone you into the higher worlds. I didn't know he was that teacher because you don't have faith. You have to develop faith. So he gave me some books to read and study so I could develop intellectual faith. And he said, even if you spend your entire life satisfying your intellect, it's time gained, not time lost. And once the intellect is satisfied, then you're ready for spiritual experiences. So go deep into it, ma'am. Go deep into the study. You got to be able to look inside your mind like you look into a mirror and say, why do I believe this? Because this man told me something? Where did that man get the knowledge from? Another man told him something? Then you keep going back and you say Christ had the real knowledge, right? Who did Christ get it from? He got it from John the Baptist. What did John the Baptist taught Christ? When he baptized him, he taught him how to meditate, how to pray, and go inside. Prayer is an old word that means focusing attention. How to take the normal, bland, the regular words out of your mind and become unconscious of everything else, and then you can go inside. We do that to some extent when we go to sleep. If you got a lot of words running through your mind, you won't go to sleep. You'll be worried, I got to pay my bills, I got to do this, I lost my job, I got to find another job, I got to take care of my children. All those thoughts keep you from going to sleep. When you go to sleep, the mind slows down and you go into another dimension. But you don't go up, you go down into the 5th floor, which is the throat area. If you go up, be still and know that I'm God. That's in the Bible, right? They're talking about making the mind become still, slow down. That's what they mean. So let me pause again and go back to the lamb and the wolf, or any other question you may have, ma'am.
I think God's servant has a question.
Okay.
Where
So anybody can
did it
ask any
go?
question now, since you got me on this.
What's your question, God's servant?
We have one while we wait for that one. Let me see here. Pushing button 62. Has Professor Brinson followed any of Bill Donahue's teachings?
I followed 𝗏𝒂𝒄𝗏𝒃, P-U-R-I. He was my teacher. When I got caught up with him, after studying all these people, which I didn't study Phil Donahue, you have to educate me on these people, and then I can talk about them. I can give my opinion. I only studied 𝗏𝒂𝒄𝒏. And he's on YouTube if you want to look him up. He'll tell you the secret of how you can go inside this body. But you have to meet somebody who can tell you personally, not just on YouTube. Okay? You'll get an idea of what it means to go inside and how does he go inside. How does anybody goes inside, which I'm sharing with you now. Any other question? Unless you want to tell me about Donahue.
Well, God's servant asks, do you believe we are out to be Christ-like and follow his ways of being free of sin and vices? I think I read that kind of.
Once you go into the astral plane, you become more Christ-like. Causal plane, more and more Christ-like. Higher up, you get into the love region. Christ's teaching is different from the Old Testament. He said, if somebody come in your house and take your coat, give him your overcoat. If somebody slap you on one cheek, turn the other. Christ was talking love. Moses talked about justice, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That's what the Old Testament is about. So his teaching was on a higher level. So you can become Christ-like even in this human body. Some people practice how to be loving to human beings. You can discipline yourself and say, somebody slapped me, I'm going to turn the other cheek. If somebody come and rob me, I'm not going to take them to court. There have been people who forgive people when they go before a judge and say, I forgive them. They're trying to become Christ-like, but that's discipline. And that's a good thing. But to be natural Christ-like, you got to go inside into the higher world. Okay?
So he says the guy is an interesting pastor. He breaks down the scriptures like no one I've ever heard. Yes, he has. Yes, he is on YouTube, is what he says. Pushing buttons.
Okay. He may be
Pastor.
correct, but you need to give him a call and talk to him like you're talking to me. Talk to him and ask him questions. The first question I would ask, there's several questions my teacher told me. He said, a person, you can never tell how evolved a person is, but you can get an idea. First, they'll never take money for their teaching. They'll never do that. They'll work by the sweat of their brows. Okay? There have been mystics who were lawyers, mystics who were farmers. They would sell their sugar cane, but they would never take money. They would feed people free out of the little money that they had. They would donate money to different charities. Also, they won't eat any animals. That's another way you can determine. And that's about it. They can describe the higher worlds and may appeal to you in that sense. Okay? So you need to talk
Yeah.
to Matthew, whatever his name is. Talk to him and see. Give him a call. Write him. Don't just judge him based on what he says on YouTube. Ask him deep questions. Do you collect money, sir, for your services? Are you trying to make a lot of money on YouTube for your teachings? How did you learn? Who was your teacher? Have you ever practiced meditation? What type of meditation? There are different kinds of meditation you practice. You don't get a chance to write him and ask him questions. You just assume of the beauty of the way he explained the Bible or of the teachings that you know what he's talking about. You get an idea, but you don't go deep into it. You got to go deep. Skepticism is an important thing in consciousness. You have to take skepticism and take it to its limit. And then you run out of skepticism. Then that's where faith comes in. Descartes, I believe he was the German philosopher who says you can doubt everything other than your own self, other than your own consciousness. So take doubt and doubt everything, including what I'm saying, until you have an experience. My teacher said, don't even believe me. Get an experience. Then you'll see what I'm saying is the truth. Okay?
Yeah. I'm not sure if you realize, but you're not talking into the camera. It's like we're seeing your
Okay,
left ear instead of.
Okay, let me move. Let me move. You can see me now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. GBR, welcome. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah, this is a conversation between all of us, y'all. This is not like a show. You can always come up on the panel. I just gotta review you first if I'm not used to who you are. You can come up here, you know. But GBR says, how many past lives have you lived or do you remember?
Okay. When we originally left the kingdom of our Father, where we were with him, where we were with the Creator, you can't put a time on that. But as we came down into the causal world, which is millions and millions and millions of years, we can put a time on that. And when we get into the astral world, we can put thousands of years upon that. In the physical world, the normal human being may live to be 70, 80, maybe 100 and something. And then when that person dies, male or female, they will reincarnate. Now, I like to ask this person, does he believe in reincarnation? I like to get an answer to that. And I'll
Which
try to
person?
explain.
Me? Yes, I do. I can recall some of
No.
my past lives.
Well, that means you've had thousands of them. Thousands of past
Yeah,
lives.
but I don't recall all of them.
You don't recall most of them. It's hard to recall one.
Yeah.
You find some
Three, the
children.
big three. That's it.
Yes.
The big three.
Okay, so, but they can mess you up if you dwell on them, but you have to think, I must have had thousands of them.
Yeah.
The big three give me a little faith that I reincarnated and experienced, more importantly, but I need to look how to get out of this vicious cycle.
No, it didn't faze me at all.
Well, you need to focus in on that. What brought you back? The law of karma will keep you in this cycle. If you mistreat people, don't think you all had good lives. Most people, when they think of past lives, they say, oh, I was a queen or a king. But you can go see a hypnotist. Dr. Brian Weiss, who's still living. He hypnotized a woman. He wrote a book, Many Lives, Many Master. You may want to get that book. There's a few dollars, paperback. And when he put this woman under hypnotism, he himself didn't believe in reincarnation. He says that. And when he told the woman who was having some kind of problem, I think, if I'm not mistaken, of drowning, I think of something. So he decided on the psychoanalysis of Freud, let me take her back into her childhood. Maybe she can recall. Because Freudian psychology said, if you remember your childhood and confront it, then that fear of what you had, you can deal with it better. So he took her back. He said, why don't you go back into your early childhood? When he put her in this trance, and when you're in a trance, he started talking to her, and that way your subconscious comes up. So he was speaking to the subconscious. And he said, what do you see? She said, I don't see any fears. He said, go back to a time in which you had this fear. So she went back into the 1800s, 1700s. That shocked him. She started telling him things about himself. She said, you will have a child in the future that will be born with a upside down heart and has to be corrected. He had this experience later on in life. So he started believing in his own psychoanalysis and hypnotism, okay? So once we understand that, if you can get out of this body at will, not in a dream, not in some strange memory land, which can be correct, get out at will, then you can go back into several past lives. But don't get lost in those. If you got a teacher to teach yourself, forget about those laws. You're trying to get out of this creation. You're trying to go back to your original home, the original place of origin in which you took birth into this region. Go back to your creator. That is your main purpose in human life. So I hope I've given you a satisfactory answer on this. Any other questions?
I have none. I'm in agreement with a lot of what you said.
Well, have you agreed? Then go and start and give up eating meat, okay? At least do that. That's elementary knowledge. Don't laugh.
I have already been that route. I am not going that route again.
You're not eating any animals. That's good. That's good. Everybody should learn that lesson. So you teach people, everybody you come in contact with, teach them that.
No, like I said, I'm not going that route again. I've tried being a vegetarian. It did not work for me,
Okay.
health-wise.
Well, maybe in the next life you'll become one automatically.
Maybe, who knows?
He may put you in a family where you grow up eating plants and you develop that habit. Right now you got the meat habit, okay? I understand.
We'll see.
I love meat myself. I loved it until I gave it up over 50 years ago because I was deeply concerned with how meat can block a person from making spiritual progress. Then I understand it in terms of compassion. When you're in your automobile, ma'am, you're driving, if an animal runs in front of your car without thinking, and you shocked and surprised, what is your first instinct without thinking? You know the answer.
Mine? I have actually hit the animal.
I'm saying when you don't think.
I guess that somebody wouldn't, but I hit the animal.
Yeah, by accident. You hit a human being.
No, I saw it coming. I just didn't have a choice to swerve or go anywhere.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
When you don't have a choice, that's not your problem. It's an accident. It's an accident. But normally you don't want to kill it. You may feel bad after you killed it. Or
I still feel bad. That happened 35 years ago. I still feel bad.
That karma is still in you. You got to get rid of it. That's what brings you back. That's one of the karmas. Or if you mistreat people, you can come back. There's so many karmas we develop. So at least you understand that one now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And I've more than made up for it because I rescue wildlife and I rescue mostly birds.
You really make up when you stop eating animals because they still dying from your conspiracy. When you go
and I don't want to end up in the hospital again. I'm too old for that. I am way too old for that.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Anybody else got any other questions?
Yeah.
God's servant. This is Professor Brinson. Brinson, God's servant, or servant. Yes. Was it? Oh, yeah, God's servant. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Servant of God on Thursdays, and on Mondays I change it to God's servant. You know, like to spice it up a bit.
Right. Okay, I got you.
I'm just joking. How's everybody doing, man? How you guys doing?
I'm doing
good
fine.
Here. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good, man. It's yeah, you know, it's well, salute to everybody, but it's good to meet Professor. I've never spoke to you before, but I see the wisdom, right? So I had to come on and just talk to you guys real quick. Now, you know, and I've talked to 𝗏𝒃 before about reincarnation and whatnot. But what's the next step for, let's say, you know, a 30-year-old that's kind of getting spiritual, but for instance, let's say you're an introvert, you don't do any like psychedelics to find God, you don't go to any religions. I mean, you just live, you know, this reality every day. But you know something's out there. You're kind of spiritual. What do you guys got out there? Both, like,
You don't
both of
have
you.
to follow any religion. Just have love in your heart. God will help you find the right teacher. After so many lives, as you do good deeds, if you develop good karma, he will bring you in touch with the right teacher. Living teacher. It has to be a living teacher. And you can develop your consciousness and become more spiritual that way.
Yeah, your teacher comes along at the right time.
Yes, when the guru is ready, when the chela is ready, the guru appears. That's an old Indian
Absolutely.
phrase. So,
Well, let me ask you this: is it possible that, because I've talked to 𝗦𝒉𝒆 before, and we dwell on the thing of, we kind of manifested this, like, it's like, hey, you've asked for this reality, right? Is it possible that down the line, I can find that the teacher would be myself, for instance?
you can
Like,
try your best.
I'm the teacher I was waiting for all along. Is that possible or no?
I
can
think
try
the
your best.
nature, I
You
think
can
the
never
nature
find the
of it.
teacher. He can find you.
Yeah, exactly. I think the nature of it also has changed, because
All you
now,
can do,
instead of having to go out and physically find the teacher or let the teacher find you, you have
you
the
have to
internet.
seek. You have to be a strange, crazy seeker, a fanatical seeker, where you say, I don't care if I die. Let me not eat any animals, even if I die. Be to that extent. You got to have intense seekification in you. In the Bible, it says, if thy eye becomes single, the whole body shall be full of light. Also, in another part of the Bible, love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, mind, and soul. God wants monomaniacal love. He wants ridiculous, insane love. Then he'll give you all of the knowledge and all of the spiritual experiences. He's crazy like that.
Yeah,
So you
no,
gotta be,
facts. And you, Professor, when you were just talking about, as far as going vegan, I know 𝗦𝒉𝒆, since she's already been down that rabbit hole. I haven't though yet.
well, you lucky.
I'm as much of no, no. What I'm saying is, no, sorry. Let me reword it. I haven't even taken up veganism. I've been a meat eater all my life. I'm as gluttony as they come. And you got me thinking.
I
Professor.
used to be like you,
Maybe.
sir, not interrupt you.
Mm,
I love meat, barbecue, and everything. But there are products that you can buy that looks like and tastes like the meat you were addicted to as a child. They selling them in stores. You can get Impossible Burger, or you can go on 𝗨H𝘀𝗀𝗋𝗂𝗀𝗋.com and order and give up that habit. You won't even know that
yeah.
you won't know that they're different because it tastes exactly like it looks. So
No
look at it
facts.
once you get off the station. 𝗨H𝘀𝗀𝗋𝗂𝗀𝗋.com. They got fish, they got eggs, everything made from plants, no cholesterol. Okay.
Well, let me ask you this. What if because it's just, when you started talking about it, you had me thinking, and I said, I got a lot of respect for the OGs, right? So, whatever wisdom I hear, I listen to it. But you started talking about giving up meat, and as you're mentioning it, that's going through my head. I'm like, you know what? I should give it up, maybe for a while. And but for instance, what if I did like a fish diet, fish and
We got
vegetables?
fish. There's fish on
Yeah.
𝗨H𝘀𝗀𝗋𝗂𝗀𝗋 made from plants. That's the beauty of living at this time. You can eat the fish and you won't be able to tell the difference, sir. Because anything
But
that
is it
runs
real
away,
fish? Is it
it
real
tastes
fish?
like real fish.
Okay, so what's the website again? I'm gonna Google it right now.
Miracle Foods, FOODS, global.com. They got hot
Okay.
dogs too. They got eggs, everything made from plants. It tastes exactly like what they look on the website.
I just dropped it in chat, so you can click it
Oh,
or
Now,
thank you.
do a copy paste.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, I
I'm gonna
got
take
into it now.
a
Yeah.
1 minute break and get me a little water, and y'all can talk and I'll come back, okay?
All right, for
Okay.
sure.
My
Yeah.
battery's running low, but I'm gonna take a little break. Hold on.
I see your question, GBR. I see your question, GBR. We'll get to it when he comes back. What did you start your tense? Yeah, that one right there. Yeah.
So my brother, he had I remember you told me your your past lives. You mentioned the three of them that one time, but he said something about you might have had thousands, and you kind of seem to be in agreement
Oh yeah, I don't know. I couldn't possibly remember every one of those past lives, and it took me a long time to actually reconcile that they had actually happened to me. Because before that happened, before I got regressed, I didn't believe in reincarnation.
Right, right. So it
So
would have been more difficult, you're saying.
it wasn't difficult. I grew up in a family that believed in it. My mother was really in tune with a lot of things. And a lot of the things that she told me, I found hard to believe until I got older, you know, and then I got regressed. And it was at her urging because she was trying to explain the concept to me. And I had this linear concept of it. So she explained it to me. I used to do automatic writing back at the time, and I spoke to my spirit guide about it, and he explained it to me how it works. And it's not linear. It's not linear at all. They're just lives that you have lived. They could be in the future, they could be in the past, they could be in the far past, you know, they could be in the present on a different density or a different dimension. But the fact is, it's you and you lived it. And it feels so real to some people. For me, it felt so real.
Right, and of course, when you say you, I guess you're more referring to somebody's soul, that is, rather than anything else,
I don't know.
or
I
spirit.
Well, I know we're fragmented, so maybe that could mean that as well. I mean, we have such a third density understanding of everything when you take it into higher levels. Yeah, we're fragmented souls. That would kind of explain why. And the way it was explained to me is that once you're outside of this third density reality in any dimension, time is not linear. There actually is no time. It's just the way he explained it to me in my third density self so many years ago was imagine a bunch of jelly beans in a glass jar. Those are all your lives. And you could go into any one of those at any given birth point. But they're not necessarily linear. They're just all in a jar.
But when you go to them, when you're saying you can go back to, are you just talking as far as like reminiscing, or just spiritually access them?
No, I can't access them waking, but I remember them vividly as if I had lived them.
Right, right.
You know, it's like a body memory. Maybe something in the spirit gets carried through. I don't know. I'm not sure of the mechanics of it, but I do know I had those experiences.
Yeah, see, when me and you talked about it that one day, it
Mm-hmm.
really got me thinking, and I said, I need to go and do what you did and talk to one of the. I got it saved on my Google, the the past life therapist or whatever it's called. I I know I'm not the best with remembering stuff, but I always save things. I write them down. If I got to go back, I'll get them.
Yeah, I
But
have a notepad.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm talking on the phone though. On the phone, I save it on the notes. But okay, so if I can even before going to one of those, just at least diagnosing myself with my life today. Professor had said, he said if you're born with like, okay, I don't remember how he worded it. I'm not saying it verbatim, but he pretty much said if you're born with a disability or something, then it's karma getting you back for your past life. Now, how do you feel about? Are you in agreement with that, or do you?
I think it's possible with some. I wasn't born with my disability. What happened was later in life I got sick, so I couldn't be vegetarian. I couldn't stick to an all fish diet. You know, we eat a lot of seafood. I'm in Florida, but I lost so much weight and I got so sick, and I have very thin blood to begin with. It doesn't clot very easily. You know, if I just cut myself a little bit, it just bleeds and bleeds and bleeds. And on top of that, I can't wear Band-Aids. So I have to walk around with a paper towel wrapped around my finger or something. But I started having issues with my pancreas, and it put me in the hospital in North Carolina for 5 weeks because I wasn't
Oh
eating meat.
God.
I wasn't eating meat. I wasn't eating eggs. I just went strictly vegan because people were telling me about it, and I tried it, and and it has permanently damaged my pancreas. My pancreas is messed up from that to this day.
And that's from going vegan, you're saying?
Uh-huh. Yep. And I did it
Oh, geez.
gradually. I did it gradually. It didn't work.
Hello, I
Wow.
returned. I'm back.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome
Hello.
back.
So I didn't hear all of the conversation. I only heard a little part of it. Now I'm gonna share some knowledge with you. Ask any doctor who's well trained. Every human being is born with cancer, but it may not develop based on the
Yeah, and
it
it
can
can come and go through our
come and go.
lifetimes with us
That's
not
based on
realizing
karma.
it. Yeah.
So you can eat plant-based food and still get sick and think that it's plant-based doing it.
Mhm.
This can be based on karma. So that's why I say you can't judge what's going on just by looking at your life now. You may be paying off karma and you're associating it with because I'm eating this way. It may be associated with that.
I think it's just age. I think we get older. I worked a high stress job when I was younger, and it's all catching up. I competed in the ring. I was black belt in Taekwondo, so I put my body through a lot of punishment. I'm a
Yes,
health
stress.
nut. I grow my own vegetables. I just had a harvest today. And I read labels, and I've been screaming about GMO before people knew what they were. And I
Well,
never eat processed food. And my
what
fish, my seafood is usually fresh catch down here. We scuba dive.
the best thing you can do is every night pray to God, God, when I do come back, because you're gonna come
Mm-hmm.
back, please give me a type of situation where I can be born in a family that eat plant-based food and I don't get sick. Please find me a teacher that I can listen to that teacher if you don't give me anything else other than a spiritual teacher who's living and spiritually advanced, and give me any kind of mind where I can listen, okay, and follow his instruction. Because that's what you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
No.
Sir, you have any other questions?
Um, yeah, no, I was asking the question. I wanted to figure this. So you had kind of made a comment that if somebody, is kind of born with a disability, for instance, I'm not quoting you verbatim, by the way, so correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying if somebody was born with a disability, it's kind of karma catching up from their past lives?
Yes,
Or,
like
okay, can you
Jesus,
kind of, uh-huh.
like Jesus saw a man that was born blind, right? And Jesus said, this man didn't do anything wrong. It was only because the law should be revealed. He was talking about the law of karma. When people are born, like Stevie Wonder, he developed a blindness. Some people are born blind, like Helen Keller at the age of 18 months. She lost her eyesight. She couldn't hear. She couldn't talk. They thought of putting Helen Keller in an institution, but her teacher had great patience, and she learned how to understand sign symbols, touching the mouth. She learned how to write through, touching things and feeling them. And she wrote several books. So you can improve if you come across the right teacher, even in this world. A teacher like Christ can heal you by looking at you or touching you or doing some things. He can perform miracles. But Christ did not come here to mainly perform miracles. He came here to pick up a few disciples. So when he performed miracles, he would disguise them. Because if people got the awareness, they would run after him. There was one man who said, Christ, I've been blind all my life. Can you give me sight? I understand that you healed people. You brought people back from the dead. You can heal people. But he was sincere. But Christ played a game. Christ told one of his disciples, go get me some dirt from that particular area and bring me some water. And he mixed the water with the dirt and he put it over the man's eyes, and the man was able to see. Now, why did he play that game? Because he didn't want people to think that he could do it without doing that. he could do it without doing that. As a matter of fact, Christ plays all kind of games, but people can't imagine how can God in the form of a human being play a game. I can explain that later, but he played games with a person who came to him and said, Christ, I've done everything that I should do. He was a Jewish man. Christ was a Jew too. He said, yeah, I've lived a good life. I've not done any adultery. I've given money in charity and everything. And he said, what can I do in order to go to heaven? Christ gave him a statement. He said, sell all and follow me. The man couldn't do it. That was a way to get rid of that man because it was not in his karma to follow Christ. You understand what I'm saying? But no preacher will explain it that way. But if it's in his destiny, Christ said, I come for my marked sheep. That's in the Bible, right? People who have been looking for God, they get marked by some future living master to get initiated and be baptized and told how to concentrate attention at some future lifetime. That's how the system works. You got to understand the system. The spiritual system that the Creator has set up, he set it up a long time ago when we were all with him. There were uncountable souls. You can't even count the souls that were with him in that region. He created all those souls from himself. Just like you can create all kinds of beings when you go to sleep and dream, right? You see all kinds of people there, right? You can see a policeman who can be direct. The policeman can be directing traffic and can say, look, and you can be in a body, you can try to cross the street. He said, no, you can't cross the street unless the light change. And he can take one person and write him a ticket. And everything looks real until you wake up. So when God created us, we became the soul. We were part of him. He made us from himself because he had nothing else to make him from other than himself. And when he made us, he asked some of the souls, he asked them all, would you like to go and enjoy? I'm going to create a special creation. It's going to be a beautiful Disneyland where you can have spiritual experiences, all kinds of wonderful experiences, being in different worlds, different regions, different mansions. Mansions refer to regions. And you can enjoy yourself. And then some of the souls said, well, how do we come back? He said, you're going to have a good time. You're going to be happy. And some of them saying, well, we may want to come back. How do we come back? And Christ looked at those souls. I myself will come and get you if you cry out for me, which means if you seek me intensely. I myself, I won't rely on anybody else. I won't rely on the angels, nobody. I myself will become a human being and teach you how to go back. I won't pick up anybody other than a human being. Even the angels will be jealous of me because they can't go back unless they become a human being. You can die, go to heaven, become an angel, but then you got to become a human being because that's only the human being will receive God as a living human being to take him back. That's how the system works, okay? I've given you the ultimate secret.
Right.
You read all of the holy books. The holy books, I don't care if it's the Bhagavad Gita, the Mahabharata, the 𝗨𝑻𝒉𝒆 the Zohar, or the Jewish old religion, or the Mahabharata. All these holy books talk about a human being who concentrated his attention from a teacher who took him inside. And they only go as far as their teacher have gone. So all these holy books are similar. And the things which takes them inside, I'll tell you about that later, or you can read about it. Okay?
Yeah.
Any other questions?
No, I wanna. No, I appreciate it, man. Lot of great insight here, my brother. But I want to ask you guys. So, you know, obviously as a younger guy seeking wisdom, so I know about free will. I understand that I can right now walk out of my house and just go and punch somebody in the face. Now I would never do that. Here's the thing. I would never do that ever since I was a kid, because I've always had, like, you know, like God in me tell me right from wrong. So here's the thing. I know I'm free to do that, but I've always been scared of God. I would never do it. And it's to the point when you get the fear, you're no longer fearful. You're genuinely, and I'm being prideful here, but I'm going to say I'm genuinely being good. And I understand I'm prideful when I do that. But for instance, how do you kind of articulate that yeah, you do have free will, but it's almost like you're
Okay.
everything is written. You know that, right, Professor? You know how we're told everything's already written? And
You
so,
want me?
how do you articulate it with free
Okay,
will?
I'll put it in simple language. The human being is made similar to the Creator. They said a man is made in the image of God, right? You ever heard that?
Yeah, yeah. In the
When they
Genesis, in
say
Genesis.
image, they're not talking about physical. They're talking about the way in which you exercise will. God is the only being that has free will, and he created us similar to himself, but he created an illusion in us that we can have free will. You can have a desire to want to go hit somebody, but it's a superficial desire. It's not intense. When it's intense, you'll act on it. People go hurt people, they abuse people if it's intense, right? But if it's superficial, you just think about it only. That's how it works in the human consciousness. And God can
Right.
intensify based on your karma if you're supposed to go and do something. But you have to pay the price if you make that decision. But if you make a decision and if it's weak, you won't do it. You can make a decision to go stick up a bank, but you may not do it if it's weak. I'm going to give you a story that happened in Chicago in the newspaper I read about 15 years ago. I believe it was in the Sun Times. I can't even remember the exact year or date. But there was a young man who worked in a theater on the north side of Chicago, a movie theater. And he was about 15 or 16. And he would go in and he would clean the floors, mop, sweep up the popcorn after the people left. And as he was cleaning up, he saw a paper bag. And he picked it up. And it had about $8,000 in it, mostly a $100 bill. And there was a bank statement, a deposits ticket. He took it to his supervisor, and the supervisor opened up and saw it. And he said, I think you can call and give it back to the person. So the supervisor contacted the lady. The lady came, got her deposit, gave him and the supervisor a tip. And she appreciated what they done. But that person who had this honesty, that 15 and 16-year-old, don't know how he developed honesty. Honesty could have developed from doing a lot of time in prison, from suffering, and you don't know why you got it, but you got it. Some people are honest to a T, and some people will tell a lie in the flick of a second. You understand? They have to learn to be moral and honest. But you learn it through several lives of painful experiences. Some people go to jail for doing nothing. And they say, ooh, I ain't gonna ever do this. Some people go and do things and they go to jail for it. So it all depends on karma. So as you learn to be moral, as you learn to be honest, as you learn to not eat animals, as you learn these lessons, you may not know how you learned them, but you know you have them in your consciousness. Okay? Some people
Right.
learn
Right.
not to even cheat on their spouse. Their spouse can be running around cheating on them, but yet they'll sit and become couch potatoes and watch TV. Okay? They learned the lesson. You know what I mean? That's how it works. Okay, any other question? I tried to put it in a practical term so you can grasp it. Okay.
So I have a question for you. Why do people shoot people? Like, why do
They what?
I'm sorry.
Why do they shoot them?
Why do people are as bad in this world? Like, why do
Okay, I'll tell you why.
people?
Let's just look at this experience. If somebody come, it could be what you think to be your neighbor. And you say, I'm going on a vacation. And you get a neighbor the key. And then somehow the neighbor know where you kept your money because you told her where you kept it. Over in a shoebox, hidden under a particular closet. And you come and open up the shoebox and it's stolen. And you discover, you call the police give her a lie detector, and it showed that she may be the one, and she confessed. How would you feel?
Say that again. Sorry.
If somebody that you knew stole your money and you discovered that they were the one who stole it, how would you feel?
I will feel really pissed and like call 911 and just be upset.
You want to get justice, right?
Yes.
If you could get it your way without going through the legal system, you would get it. So some people don't go through the legal system. They just go and snatch money from the person or hurt the person. You understand? I'm giving you practical answers that you can grasp. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes really
That's the
much.
advantage of having a living person that you can ask questions and he'll give you an answer where it'll make sense. Your light bulbs will go off and you say, yes, I understand. That's how you understand everything when you come in contact with any living person with knowledge, with real knowledge. Okay?
Yes.
Any other questions?
The reason, so why did Jesus die for our
Okay, I'll tell you that. I can
Yeah.
give these answers quickly. Jesus, there's the New Testament and the Old Testament. Let's deal with the New Testament.
Yeah.
And if you go to Acts, Theologian, and all those parts, most of the New Testament, the end of the Bible, not Matthew, Luke, John, and
The Greek
the four
scriptures.
gospel. If you go
The Greek
beyond the four
scriptures.
gospel, most of those were written by Paul. Paul used to crucify Christians. He converted when he was on a horse and he had a near-death experience. He never met Christ. He never saw him. Peter, who met Christ, spent 3 years with him, slept with him, saw miracles, doubted Christ, right? Until he had the inner experience of getting the keys and going inside the body. Peter and Paul had conflict because Paul was highly intelligent. He thought he knew more than Peter. So he created all that stuff about Christ died for our sin. Christ died for the sin of his disciples only. He took away some of the sins and helped them to go inside the body. And he took them up. That's how the system worked. So people are confused when they hear stuff like that. A lot of Christians say, oh, I love Jesus. They don't know Jesus. If I asked them if they love Abraham Lincoln, they'll say no. Because I never met him, right? You love your mother, your children, more than you love Abraham Lincoln, right? Similarly, you don't love Jesus like that. You don't know who he is. If you met him, you may have doubts just like Peter had. Because he'll be a human being. How can you believe a human being?
Excuse me, what do you mean by you don't know Jesus like that? Like, what do you mean?
You don't know him. You don't know him like you know your mother, right?
Oh, yes.
You only can love a human being that you know. That's how the system is made. You can only love a human being that you know and that has shown you love. Otherwise, you may hate the human being if they've not shown you love. And the closest love we experience is when we were a baby and our mother loved us. The mother love is probably the closest to unconditional love that we experience. But God has more unconditional love than that.
But some of us do see God working in our lives. I mean,
yes,
there's a lot of people out there that have testimony to this.
You see your karma working. Your situation's working.
What about his wife, Mother Mary?
Okay, Mother Mary.
Yes.
Jesus came by natural birth. People created that illusion. I'll tell you another joke that you can enjoy. This is a joke that'll make you laugh. There was a lady, and she was a virgin. And she went to the doctor to get a health checkup. They gave her a sonogram, and he said, "You're pregnant." And she said, "Yes." He said, "What man slept with you?" He said, "No man." So the doctor went and opened up the blinds. And he said, the last time that happened, a star flew over the east.
What?
See, God don't perform miracles like that. He go through the natural birth. We get all these illusions in our head and we think that is real. He operates naturally. Even when he comes, he goes through natural birth. And he goes and meet a teacher, John the Baptist, who teaches him how to meditate.
Professor, would the father be Joseph then?
Yeah, the father was Joseph. Now, if a father has a woman who's pregnant, would he believe that his wife was pregnant by natural birth? I mean, by another man? He'll know it was another man. We create all these illusions.
Of course. Yeah, it wouldn't. You could even say it would have caused a little argument between Mary and Joseph, like who knocked you up, right?
That goes back to reincarnation. It doesn't matter who the physical parents are, that spirit chooses to incarnate in that body, in that baby.
But nobody in his right mind these days who studies science will believe that a person, an egg can get fertilized without artificial insemination or another man?
Well, that's another school of thought.
Okay, any other questions?
The whole point I was making is that if we were to take reincarnation and what we were just discussing and put it to this topic, you could see exactly how God could incarnate as Jesus. Didn't matter if
he could do that, but he doesn't. He become a human being, a baby.
Well, that's what he did. That's what he did.
That's
That's what
the
I'm
natural way.
saying.
He can do what you say, but the natural way, he becomes a human being so he can experience being human. He grows up.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
He grows up in a state of semi-ignorance, and he get initiated by a teacher, like John the Baptist was his teacher.
Right. He goes through our experience. He goes through the human experience.
So don't focus in on the exception. He can do that, but he doesn't normally do that.
Excuse me?
No, but he only did it the one time. What, sweetie?
I have a question. Where is Mother Mary? Where's she at? She passed away or later? I don't know.
She's in the higher regions.
Yeah, it's like the 𝗨𝗀𝒾𝗆𝗂𝗋. They're in sometimes what I read in your rancha explained that they're somewhere between here and the divine, and they intercede for us.
Where is I'm confused.
Well, you have to go inside to get rid of the confusion. Otherwise, you have to listen to reasons of other people, which may be correct or incorrect.
Yeah, but sometimes if you can give people some sort of idea, they know which path to take. They know which direction to
They
look.
only know if for certain, because you're living in a world of uncertainty. You can always doubt everything other than your own.
𝗏𝒂𝒃, is she still alive or she passed away? I don't know what.
Who?
What you mean, Mary?
Yes.
She's in the higher worlds above.
I believe she's in the same place Jesus is, like the 𝗨𝒊𝒆𝒃s.
Okay, that makes sense.
She's in the spiritual world. Yes, how with Jesus.
They intercede for us. This is why when you pray to the Father, you do it in the name of Jesus Christ, or you pray through Mary, if you're Catholic. They intercede for us.
Now, that person that's giving the answer is correct, but if they're born in a different religion, they'll say a different thing. You play to that particular
Christian. I am a Christian woman.
But
yes,
I know you're Christian because you were born in America. But what if you were born in China? You may be a Buddhist. Or if you were born in India, you may be a Hindu.
Right.
So if you were born in that country, you'll be thinking differently. You got to look at your mind and see where you get this knowledge from and the experience of your country and of your parents.
Mm-hmm.
Be open-minded. Say, I got it that way, but it could be another way, right?
Right.
If I was born in this country, I may be thinking that way. And you can be right in either way. Because when God comes, he becomes a human being.
Oh, yes, I know what you're saying. Okay, now.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
he
now.
picks up seekers. He's not concerned with religion. The
religion
starts after he leaves. It starts.
Right.
The followers create the religion. He comes to pick up seekers.
Yep.
And he has a hard time because it's hard to believe that God is a human being. Because if you're with him like Peter, who thought he had faith, you see Christ sleeping, you wonder who's controlling the world. How can God be sleeping and controlling the world? How can God die on the cross and feel pain? He's not feeling pain, he's acting.
Well, he's omnipotent too, so
yeah,
anything's possible.
Excuse me,
𝗏𝒂𝒃, can you check the chat and just respond when you get a second?
Excuse me, excuse me,
Can you check the chat? Can you check the private chat and just respond when you get a second?
Okay, sure. Ask me one or two more questions because my power is about to run out.
Excuse me, 𝗏𝒂𝒃, where's all the camels and steep? Yes. The camels and the animals and
who are you asking the question to?
What, in the Middle East?
Yes, the camels and yes.
What about them?
Are they still alive? Like,
oh yeah, I rode one when I was over there. They're still around. They still have camels.
Okay, if that's the only question, my power gonna run out unless you got one more question. Anybody?
What about Jerusalem? What about they came to Jerusalem? And why did he died for like the cross. Why did they kill him? It's just, I'm sorry. I forget.
Anybody, you want me to answer that?
Yeah, I got one more for you, Professor.
Quickly.
Yeah. Okay, you see Christ, he lived, he wasn't married, and he was, what's the word without sex? What's that word?
Celibate.
Celibate. He was celibate and he very spiritual, without sin, this and that. What do you think people ought to do? Go that route or get married and deal with the problems of the world?
You got people who become celibate, they become nuns and monks, but you don't have to go that route. You can become a householder. The whole purpose of sex is to procreate the race. And after you procreate the race, just like the animals get in heat, they don't have sex all the time, right? If you live long enough, your body will get to the point where you understand that sex keeps your attention in the lower part and the lower chakras. Okay? So don't put too much attention on sex. That's a procreation to keep the race going. So you can be a householder, and if you were a teacher will tell you, put your attention on something which will reduce the sex urge in your body, and you can become naturally celibate.
You got an example for that? But what can you give your attention to?
Higher energy things is what brings your energy up. Yeah, higher energy things and not base or low energy things. And the things, the first three chakras, the first three chakras deal with is tribal, money, and food.
But like when you were a little child, you didn't care about sex, right?
Right. It's all lower chakra until you're about 2 years old.
But the sex is necessary to become crazy and have several wives, or it can grow in your body because of karma. Everything is karmatically rated for you to fulfill your desire.
Excuse me, that is not like me. I don't want to get married. That's just not how I feel.
Have you ever been married?
No.
Okay, so you got the karma of a nun. That's good.
What does that mean? Is that good?
That's a good thing.
Okay.
But you got to give up eating meat and concentrate attention. That's what you
here we go with the meat. He kept bringing up the meat.
You know why? Because that's the thing.
You want us all to go vegan. I know it, Professor. You want us all to go vegan.
Yeah, honestly, before you change your diet, you consult with your doctor, okay, Noel? Okay. Always consult with your doctor before you change anything in your lifestyle, because it could have an adverse effect on you.
You can do that. But Dr. Hippocrates, who was the original doctor, who lived 2,000 years ago, he said all doctors should do no harm. But there was another statement he made, which was famous. And you can't get a license unless you practice the Hippocratic oath, do no harm. But the other phrase the doctors have forgot. Let food be your medicine and medicine be your food. Plant got all of the medicine. Plant got 90% of most of the medicine in it. But it won't work if your karma is such that you have to develop certain diseases. You can develop allergies based on karma. You can develop certain kind of diseases, certain kind of problems. Cancer can grow, all kinds of problems. But if you eat plant-based, that's the best thing that can help you in this life and maybe in the future. So let's end on that note. Is that the last question? Then I can get off before my power run all the way out. I got about 3%.
It was nice meeting you, Professor.
Nice meeting you, Professor.
I enjoyed all of you. I enjoyed all of you.
We enjoyed you too. Thank you.
And go to Miracle Foods. Go to 𝗏𝒈𝒂𝒈𝒆𝒏𝒕. And if you can't eat that way, encourage other people. You can create good karma by doing that. There's an old
Professor, do you got a channel? You got a channel?
Yeah, Miracle Foods. 𝗨𝗀𝒆𝒏𝒕.org. That's my channel.
Can you please put it in?
Oh, so you won't? Yeah. I'm on that channel right now. So that's your channel, you're saying?
Yes.
Can you put it in?
That's your website.
That's my website on the company that I work with is Miracle Foods, FOOD.
Yeah.
Global.com. And this is my website right here. See this hat?
I dropped the link in the YouTube chat.
Can you see it? Let's see if I can.
Yeah, I when I saw you wearing the hat, I Googled it, and I'm on that website as well.
Yes, that's the one. That's my channel.
Yeah.
There's a lot of my talks on so many areas, but the food channel is on
Can
miraclefoodsglobal.com.
you please drop it in the private chat?
Yeah,
Well,
I'll drop her right now. I'll drop her right now. Give me 1 sec. I'll drop her right now. Actually, I don't know if I can because I don't have a wrench. I think you need a wrench, but let me try anyways. Let me try anyway.
Can you drop it in private chat? I can subscribe to his channel. I really do like this professor.
do you have a pen? Do you have a pen, ma'am? Go get a pen real quick and just write it down. I'll tell you how to write.
He said
You have a
in
pencil or a pen?
2024 you could just put it on the internet, but
Put a
I don't know
Yeah,
if
I
my
still got to
comment
have
popped
my
up.
pen and pad next to me.
You still
Everything's a note.
put an I, like the word I.
Old school,
alphabet,
right? Old school.
I-seek.org. A capital, you can put a capital or a lowercase I, like in the alphabet, dash seek.org, and you can get the website that way. Okay? And what's your name, ma'am?
Noelle.
Pardon me?
Noelle. It's Noelle.
Noelle. Okay, just like First Noel that they sing on
Yes.
Christmas?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll think of Noelle, and nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too.
Okay, then.
All right. Thank you so
And
much.
And you can also check on Professor Brinson. That'll pull up my channel too on YouTube.
Yeah, I have your YouTube in the description box.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mr. Light. You've given a lot of people, and they need to go toward the light, which is inside the body. Thank all of you.
Thank you.
The
Thank you.
kingdom of
Peace.
God,
Have a good night.
the kingdom of God is within. Okay. Thank you.
Amen.
Amen.
Salute,
Amen.
Professor. Amen,
Okay.
brother.
Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Peace.
He was a very nice
I like that quote.
Yeah,
The
it was
kingdom of God is within. I like that quote a
Oh,
lot.
yeah. Don't you remember the card you got in church of Jesus knocking at the door, which is in your heart? Yeah.
I haven't went in probably about a month now. I don't know. I haven't been going to the church,
Yeah,
but it's
church is
okay
good
because
for it's good for people who are seeking because it's like the launch pad, you know? It gets you in with good community, it gets you in with people you can network and ask questions of. It's really a positive.
yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I
Yeah.
didn't do. I mean, I started. I'd say about almost 2 years ago, and I was, your typical type of introvert guy. You run in and you run out, and it's. I mean, that's no way to commute. That's no way to network, right? But
Right. Well, you find where you're comfortable. I mean, if
yeah,
that's not where you're comfortable, then you have to find other venues. I mean, this is why they tried so hard to shut down and kill the internet, is because you can find it here. You know, there are so many great religious leaders on YouTube. You've got Jonathan Cahn, you've got Trey Smith, you've got all these people on here, but those are my two favorites, and they make sense, and you have to really listen with your heart open to know that they're telling you the truth.
yeah. I wanna ask you guys a quick question because we're all. I guess this is considered like a conscience community type of channel. Well, have you guys seen what's been going on to Billy Carson? Everybody's making like. I feel like everybody's kind of clout chasing off his little downfall.
Okay,
But
I personally, this is just my personal opinion, I don't think the guy's what he shows himself to be. I mean, there are deep Bible scholars out there that actually are in the Vatican studying the books that I just watched one do it the other day, tripped him up badly.
yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Mud Rabbit. So when
Hmm.
I think the guy's name was Wes Huff, I believe. I'd have to Google it
Yeah.
again. Yeah, and so when that happened, he pretty much deleted his lives, or like he
Yeah.
pretty much he got exposed. But
Hmm.
everybody, there are people who I've never even seen their channel before. they're all like butchering him. They're all cooking him. They're going at him. But I kind of
Yeah.
like, I don't know if they're cloud chasing or they're exposing the truth, but it's like,
You
take it with a
know,
grain of
a
salt.
lot of them, it's just for the money, for the people, for whatever they do it for. Like I said, you really have to listen to the people that know what they're talking about. You get a lot of people on here that have their own interpretation about it, everything, but no personal experience, like the professor, and a lot of
Right.
these guests that Propagate brings on. But there are some good ones out there, and I like the ones that actually translate stuff for you.
Mm, mm. Mud, I try not to pass too much judgment on people, but one thing I found interesting about Billy Carson was when I first watched this stuff, his eyes. There was something odd about his eyes. Kind of like they were dead eyes, like
Yeah,
kind of
they
like your
can't look
top.
directly at the camera. I just got the ick from him. I just
Yeah,
get that
yeah.
from people. I get the ick, and if I meet them in person, I even get a little shaky. But from day one that I saw him, friends of mine were telling me, "Oh, go check this guy out." Like him and like David Wilcox. It's like these people latch on to whatever the current thing is, and then they come out like experts. None of us are experts.
No,
None
that's
of us
true.
are. But when
That's
somebody
true.
like Trey Smith comes along or Laura Knight Jadzik comes along and they have reams and reams and reams of research and artifacts and video, and they give it to you for free. You have an option to buy it, but they give it to you for free regardless. And what happens is you have the first half of the Bible is the Hebrew scriptures, the last half of the Bible are the Greek scriptures. And what's really a mystery to us are the Hebrew scriptures, the Old Testament. And especially Trey Smith, he comes out and he explains how it was written, why it was written, what each of the letters, each individual letters mean. I mean, he really goes that deep into it. And you come out of one of his tutorials going, wow, I never realized. Same with Jonathan Cahn. He's got both perspectives. He's got the Judaic perspective and he's got the Christian perspective, and he brings them together beautifully.
Yeah, you know what? When you told me about Trey Smith that
Mm-hmm.
one day, see, when I'm going to my downloads here, I have the one God in a Nutshell.
Yeah,
I got
there's a
all.
lot of those.
Yeah, yeah. He's got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, I still haven't even watched them. But thanks for reminding me because I should go. There's a reason why I downloaded them, but I remember now. I told you that I was going to listen to them while I'm driving, and you recommended that I actually watch the videos because you said there's a lot of important things that are going to come up on the video.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of visual. He gives you a lot of visual with all the stuff he's telling you. I mean, what I do with him is I will watch him. I'll watch it and I'll be glued to it. And then I'll replay it while I'm in the garden and listen to it again. And it just brings up all the visuals. And it gives me another chance to really let it sink in. Because the guy has no agenda. He's got no agenda whatsoever. It's
Right.
just like the modern day Indiana Jones. And if you
Indiana
can't,
Jones.
yeah, the modern day Indiana Jones and a short little guy, it's like he's the most unlikely character to be Indiana Jones, but he brings receipts. And not only that, if he can't bring the actual artifact, he brings a facsimile so that you can see exactly what he's talking about.
You know what? That's the thing, Robbie. You hit the nail on the head. Receipts, right? Like
Yeah.
in 2024, we're pretty much in 2025. Like in 2 weeks, we're in 2025, and it's like in this day and age, the internet age.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't got receipts, like there's nobody believing you, man. Like it's all about facts. It's
Yeah,
you
it's
either got
called the
them or you
Great
don't got.
Awakening. It's called the Great Awakening, and people are waking up and they're seeing the scales are
Yeah.
dropping from people's eyes. This is very biblical. and they're starting to see, and I'm thankful that for us in this country, it's a gentle awakening, because in other countries, they haven't been so lucky. So
Mm,
that's one thing to be grateful about.
mm. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, you kind of see what's going on.
Hmm.
Um, and, I kind of, I mean, I live on the border there to you, right? And
Right.
so it's like, we're kind of like little bro. We're kind of like, hey, like,
Well, hey,
just,
good things are
just,
happening. Friedland resigned.
oh, yeah.
You didn't hear that in the news? Friedland resigned and Trudeau is in a lot of trouble. So yeah, good things are happening for Canada.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's kind of,
Yeah. And
you know,
what's his name? David, the other guy that's going to run for prime minister. I like him. He's the conservative. He's really, really good. And he's very popular. And he's got a lot of really good ideas for the country. So a lot of Americans are hopeful now for Canada.
no, I know it's always nice to see, right? Like you guys kind of pay attention to our politics. Um, ours is obviously it's minor compared to what's going on in the U.S. It's kind of like little leagues. You can almost say like little leagues.
Well,
Um,
the U.S. is the keystone, and we're basically a Christian country that's forgotten that. And if we forget our heritage, and if we forget our spirituality, we would fall. And we are the keystone to the world. So, and lately there's even evidence that Eden was in this country, because what was it? It's not the history that we've been taught about the Middle East because of Noah's Ark being made of gopher wood. The only place gopher wood grows here is here in Florida. That's the only place in the world it grows.
well, the interesting thing about Noah's Ark is like, so it's said that it's sitting in Turkey, modern day Turkey,
Yeah,
and
Mount Ararat.
right, but pretty much, I guess, with the whole Noah's Ark thing, like the flood,
Mm-hmm.
that the talks of how much of the world has moved around, I guess that always kind of stands on what really happened, because Eden, as I'm sure you know, was always told to be in Babylon, ancient Babylon, just because of the way it describes the rivers. You remember how it said that the four rivers
Yeah,
connect, the
yeah.
Euphrates and the Tigris, and then the other one, I
There,
think it's Guion.
yeah,
Or
there
I
was
can't
an
remember.
interesting gentleman, and I saw it on YouTube. There was a video where he explained that there are four rivers also in this country. And they're finding Egyptian and Buddhist and Hindu hieroglyphs and statues in the Grand Canyon that the Smithsonian had locked off for a long time. So I
You know
think
what? I'm
our
going to Google that.
history, yeah, I think our history is really messed up. I think our history is really messed up, and I think it was convenient for them to let us think everything originated in the Middle East, when there's a lot of things that point to this continent.
But the thing is, though, Mud, is when it talks about the four rivers,
Mm-hmm.
it does label them as the ones there in Iraq. So it does say the Euphrates, the Tigris, the Gihon, and the I don't know how to pronounce the last one.
Right. I
The
know
so
what you
those
mean.
yeah, so those are I mean, unless you could find them around the Grand Canyon or Florida or wherever, right? But that's
No,
just
I
where it's
think the
described.
rivers weren't in the Grand Canyon. They were more, I think the Mississippi was one of them. But there's a point where there's four rivers that come together before you reach the Great Lakes. And that's what this gentleman was showing on the maps. In other words, our history, and I believe this sincerely, our history is a big lie. I mean, what better way to get people to believe things than to take the truth and sprinkle the lies in?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, that's how you're going to pretty much do it. Half
Exactly.
truths.
And these
You can do it.
pyramids are found all over the world. You've got them in Mexico. They found one in Montana, I think it was. Or is that the one
Hmm.
where there's that big wall? And then they're finding them in Antarctica. We know about the ones in Egypt. The ones in China, they covered up with dirt and grew trees on them just to hide them. I mean, they're finding them all over the world.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
I remember when
So,
I saw this thing the one time. It said that they've always had them like in the ancient worlds, and it's because they are like a power source.
right.
There's a reason why they're shaped that way,
Mm-hmm.
and they are a power source.
I think they
Um,
were a power source too. I think they were giant solar generators.
yeah,
But I don't know why. I mean, I guess I do know why, but our whole history has been taught that everything happened in the Middle East. All of our history stems in the Middle East. No, there's no ancient history for this continent. Well, yeah, we're starting to find things. And now with this great awakening happening, all of this stuff is going to come out. So our kids are going to be coming home telling us, or in my case, grandkids or great grandkids telling us things that are contrary to what we were taught. Our kids and grandkids and great grandkids are going to reschool us, in other words.
right, right. Because yeah, they'll be taught more. Well, it's
Right.
interesting because ancient, what do you call it? Australia. I think that's like the oldest history. I can't even remember how much BC it goes back, but it was a lot. It was probably the most ancient. I think it would have been like 65,000 BC or something like that. Like
Yeah, and they have
older.
the Aboriginals that can, tell the stories of the dream time or whatever it is they call it. But the American Indians, the Native American Indians, will tell you, no, we weren't the first ones here.
Right.
They migrated here, so they're not actually natives either.
Well, see, this is where like the question always lies, right? Is
Uh-huh.
as far as just people wanting to be like, oh, we're the Aboriginal, we're the first, we're the first. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's like it's kind of like the what came first, the chicken or the egg thing. Like
Right, right.
it's always just going to go back to whoever the first humans were, and then they kept reproducing and so on and so forth, and here we are. But yeah,
Well,
I mean,
the Indian legend goes that when they got here, there was a race of white men already here with red hair and beards and very tall.
and this is for North America you're talking,
Yeah,
right?
because they migrated both up through Mexico and down through the Bering Strait, through Alaska and into Canada and down through America.
Right. So it's like never ending, right? Because
Right.
I remember I talked with this one guy, and it was on one of these channels. They were talking sports and whatnot, and he wouldn't stop bringing up the whole thing about Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona and California being being part of Mexico at one point, and he kept saying it. He's like, that's Mexico. It's stolen land, and
That's what they
he
believe. Yeah, that's what we
yeah,
learned in school. It was part of Mexico.
right. But I'm saying if when you're telling me that, once upon a time before the natives, you had white guys with ginger hair and whatnot. It's like, well, it was them, and then you guys, and then they took it. It's kind of like the Israelis and the Palestinians. It's
Well,
never
these
ending on.
these guys were in Mexico too. They were in Central America as well. The tall white guys with the red hair and beards.
Mm, mm.
They were all over the place.
in Central America as well, or no?
Central America and North America and Canada, they were all over the place because the Native American history, they tell you this, that they are not the original people, that when they came here, this is what they encountered, these very tall white men.
Right, right.
And
But
you
they'll
had them
never.
migrating up from South America through Mexico, encountering these people. So you get to where what we know as the Native Americans today, and their features, if you even look at their features, they resemble people from Central America, you know, from the natives, the Aztec, the Incas, you know, with the way they're built. And then they resemble in other ways white people. So whatever came down through Russia, down through the Bering Strait, wasn't necessarily a brown race or a red race. But it certainly wasn't the white man that was already here.
Right, right.
And then you had, what was his name? Kensington? It was back in the 30s or the 20s or the 30s. I think it was the 30s. Anyway, he discovered a cave in the Grand Canyon. And when in this cave, he found artifacts that belonged in Egypt, that belonged in India, that belonged in China. And he found hieroglyphs on the walls. And the government came in, he disappeared. He wrote about it, it was published, and then you never heard from this man again. And the government and the Smithsonian, I think it was, came in and shut it all down.
I gotta look into that one.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't really seen that one. It's real
Yeah,
interesting, isn't it, Mud Rabbit, to just kind of like think of the
yeah,
history, you know. And I mean, we were talking the other day. Remember the what's it called when you were fuck, my mind's so foggy. What the hell is it called when they changed history? The Berenstain Bears thing. Fuck,
yeah,
help me out,
the
please.
Mandela
The
effect.
Mandela effect. There we
Yeah,
go.
Prop knows more about that than I do.
Right, right. But
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, just the thought of that alone, it's like, oh my God, how many times have we been mind fucked? Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry, Prop. I
a
swore again.
lot, a
Oh,
lot. And
I
we
swore
can
again.
expect a lot more to come
Right.
because right now we're going through that flux. It's just, to me, I'm watching what happens on the world theater. And to me, it's just amazing at what I'm witnessing. I mean, and it's even in people. I mean, thank God I live in a small town now and I'm out of South Florida, because down there people were getting weird. Just weird. It's like all of a
And
sudden the
in what way?
demons, it's like all of a sudden anybody who's got these attachments, and like I've said before, we all have them, but some people have some nasty ones, and it's like all these things are going off. It's like they know their time is near.
Mm-hmm.
The crime is up. They've opened up the borders and let all these people in. So now crime is up. People are scared to let their kids go alone outside in this generation. I mean, it gets incrementally worse with each generation. And now they just pushed a flood in. And it reminds me of when they say the angel will come and open the pit. I mean, I think we're watching the physical manifestation of that, because we're
Right.
watching this crime wave that came with it. So yeah, people with attachments who are sociopathic or NPCs, you know, they're committing crimes right and left with no thought whatsoever for the person they're harming. So yeah,
Now, when you say
that's
crimes, all types of crimes, or
all
what do
types
you?
of crimes. I mean, it's in the news everywhere. People's cars getting broken into, people getting hijacked, Venezuelan gangs taking over complete apartment buildings, banging on people's doors. Now in some cities, they're doing it to their houses. These people have really nasty spirit attachments, because any thinking, empathetic person wouldn't do that.
Yeah, no, true. You know, you
So
think of the outcome, and
yeah,
you
so
have some
I'm
impulse
thinking,
control.
I'm thinking this is the physical manifestation of the pit being opened. The angel unlocked it. We've had the last, not what is it, the second to the last trumpet or the fourth trumpet? I forget which trumpet it is, but with one trumpet, they unlock the pit and out comes everything.
Now you're obviously talking Revelations here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched this one video a while ago. I really liked the way that this guy did it, but it was a time, not a time, what's it called? Not a time frame, a timeline of how far we are in for the second coming of Christ. And I thought it was really interesting the way he did it because he went off prophecies and
Was that Monte Carlo?
no, it's this channel. It's called Ear to Ear.
Okay. Okay.
You ever heard of him?
No, but there's a guy that does, I don't even know where he went. I think they kicked him off YouTube. Maybe he's on Rumble or BitChute. He's called Monte Carlo, and he does Bible decodes, and it's fascinating.
Yeah, yeah. No, I've checked him out
Yeah.
too. That seems real cool.
Yeah.
No, this guy is a little bit, but see, for people like me, like when you're gonna show me, like it's just like when I was a kid, and you gave me a book that had pictures in it. What do they call those again? Picture books, or uh, I forgot what they're called, but they're pretty much books with pictures. And
Mm-hmm.
to me, it's always nice when you get a visual because the way this guy does it is he shows you. So I'm trying to remember. I got the link if you ever want it, but he goes. I think it was 7 things that are going to happen before Christ. Like, yeah, he's got here the false
Sounds
prophet.
familiar to me. It sounds familiar to me.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
ultimately, what he has is he's got these things. So it goes he rose from the dead, right? And then he has the false prophet, the image of the beast, the mark of the beast, the antichrist, and then the second coming of Jesus. So
Yeah.
so you can maybe say we're around the time of like the false prophet or the image of the beast, but I don't know if we're at the mark of the beast yet. So he says we have to get to the mark of the beast and then the antichrist
Well, the
and then
mark
the
of the
second.
beast is technology, I believe.
I thought it was going to be more of the whole implementing a chip with us, and it's like
Yeah, yeah.
unless you have the chip,
Technology. Because,
no, but the whole you can't buy or sell unless you got that chip. You know what I
okay, what
mean?
did we just witness with this whole beer bug thing that we went through for a couple of years where we all had lockdown?
Right?
Some
You
people
have
in some
to.
towns couldn't even use their credit cards. And look at what happened in Canada with the trucker strike.
No, you're right, my rabbit. You're right. You just opened up my eyes.
All this has been going
Wow.
on. I mean, this has been going on all my life. I mean, in slow increments. And then all of a sudden it's building up into a pitch fever. And the very first person that sounded an alarm on YouTube and on Facebook was Karen Hudes. And then Julian Assange came along. And then people started waking up there. And now they're starting to make the biblical connections because we were told this was going to be biblical. In other words, look to scripture to see the pattern of what is to come. And it's been speeding up and speeding up and speeding up. And now we've got the pit open. We've had the pestilence, we've had the famine, we've had all of that over the years.
Yeah.
And now we've got the pit.
So we are pretty much, I guess, like you're saying. You just confirmed the mark of the beast, and I agree with you. I didn't even see it that way, but
Well,
I
they
do
said
think they might
they
up it a bit.
they
Uh-huh.
said on the forehead or the hand. So I think people were, what was it, the right hand or the forehead? So people are looking for a physical mark, and it's not a physical mark. Your DNA is a right hand turn. It's a right hand twist. That's the right hand right there. And on your forehead, it's in your brain. So now you have Neuralink and you've got these jibber jabbers.
Right. Yeah. Neuralink is with Musk, Elon Musk.
Right. Now,
Now,
that could be used for good stuff. I'm hoping it can be used for good stuff because I've got a brother who's brain damaged that would really, really help him. But I don't trust it. I really don't trust it.
yeah, I
They
mean,
got to
I
get
don't
a hold
either.
of. They
I
got to
don't
get a
either.
hold of AI.
Why did she remove me? Why did he remove me?
There you are.
I'm not sure. The thing, yeah, I'm kind of iffy about it, Mud Rabbit. Like, I mean, if it was genuine and, like, for instance, you just brought up your brother there. If genuinely nobody's trying to tap into his brain and read his thoughts and, you know, excuse me, and do anything like demonic or anything like that, then yeah, I'd have no problem with it. But I don't trust anybody. I don't fucking trust
No, and
anybody. You
there's
know,
some rogue.
sorry, I swore again. I keep forgetting, but I'm on the mind. I'm more on the time where I believe they're going to use it for evil,
Yeah,
and I don't trust it. I don't trust
they
no one
already
else.
are. They already are. They're using it for in very negative ways. And this is where we're told to be wise as serpents, gentle as doves. You know, have discernment. Knowledge is power. I mean, a lot of Christians saw this coming. You see what I mean? There's a lot of us.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
they weren't successful with that, but it was a dry run. So whatever comes next, be prepared.
Yeah, yeah. And many. I remember when that whole C-19 thing. We'll leave it at that. Started.
Yeah.
A lot of people were worshiping the government, like the government had their best interest. I remember people, like I was one of the first people to kind of speak again. Well, sorry, at least around everybody I saw, I was pretty much one of the only people speaking about it, and I was anti getting the jab. And
Well,
it's like,
that's
holy, I was getting butchered by everybody. Like everybody's like, you're a monster and you're the, and I'm
yeah.
like, man, look at, like, I'm like, I'm alone. I'm alone. Look at
Oh,
these people they're
no, you're not
falling for.
alone. I went through it too.
But no, but at the time, right? Like at the time when I'm just saying in my reality, like these people I got to work with and I got to deal with, when they're all like the way they're talking to me and it's like they're not listening, I'm like, oh my God, I'm doomed, man. I'm
Well,
doomed over
that's
here.
the little demon attachment that they have hissing at you and affecting their thoughts. You know, it's like too bad, so sad, and just go along your merry way. I mean, at least you know you did the right thing. But it's sad because so many people just don't get it. They don't see the connection. And once they make that connection, they're like,
Right.
oh my God. Oh my, and for some people it's hard.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah.
whatever, I don't know. I always look at the Bible whenever I see what's going on out in the world. I look at the Bible and find it, you know. But I always go back to Revelation 3:10.
Mud, I gotta tell you, right? Like I don't. I'm telling. I tell God all the time. If I ever get out of line, if I'm ever boastful, if I'm ever prideful, you humble me any way you need to, because I'm not trying to. But it's just
Yeah, but don't you
what.
feel it when he does?
Oh no, no, of course, of course, of course.
Yeah.
It's just when I'm. What I mean, like when.
Dang, that is
Yeah.
something else, you know, because I'm always praying to Father, please help me be a better person. Please help me be a better person. Because we all look at our past and see when we were royal a-holes, you know, we're
Oh
not
yeah.
fallible. And there are things that we replay in our heads that it's like, Father, please help me be a better person. Please help me be a better person. And then all of a sudden it's like you hear it, you feel it. You know, it's a very gentle reprimand.
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah.
when you are able to change, it is a beautiful thing. Like I've I myself, I've come a long way, right? Like I had a lot of things to work on, and it took me a while to kind of work on them, and I finally worked on them. But I was at a place the other day, and it's funny, like again, told you I'm an introvert and whatnot, and which makes you a big observer. Because then you really look around and you notice everybody when they go to a circle, right? Like when they pick a certain circle to be part of, the saying is, "When in Rome, do as the Romans." And if you don't do that and you get out of line, well, there's consequences, right? And then they can make you out
Oh yeah.
to look like a liar or an animal, or
Yeah.
they'll make up things about you. But I was talking to this person the other day, Mud. It was I don't want to say where I was, and it's just I don't get too deep on the internet, but backstage, if I ever talk backstage with you, I'll share more. But anywho, um, I was at this place, and I can read this person like a book, and I'm like, it's because I also got very crazy about psychology, and I'm like, oh my, look at how fake this person is, but they don't know that they're fake. Like, I don't think they're putting on a mask. I don't think when they leave, they're gonna act different. Because I think a lot of these people, when they let their job, take over them and make them all extra bubbly or extra goofy or nerdy or whatever, they kind of inhibit that, and then they don't realize that that's not who they are. They're
Yeah, they
not
forget to
that.
leave it at work.
Right, exactly. And it's like, I was just looking at this person, and I'm like, man, like, I know a lot of people when they talk to me, they see like uh, um, a stone type of look, and they're like, either this guy's nuts, he's a killer, he's quiet, whatever. But one thing they don't think of is, oh, he's a talkative person or he's chatty. But they could think any of these things. It could be, oh, no, he's just observant, or they could be like, he comes off as an asshole, he doesn't want to talk to us. It could be any of these, but overall, it's just observant. That's all it is, my rabbit. It's just an observant type of personality, and that some might know it, some might not. But the point is, you really get to see how everybody is, and it's like 99% of them. I don't want to be like that,
Yeah.
right? And I'm grateful.
Have you noticed it in the privileged class? Their kids don't have any what they call street smarts. Um, I think that children who have been bullied most of their lives or most of their young lives, it's something. I mean, I used to think, oh, poor me, I was a bullied child, and it really affected me for a long, long time once I became a teenager. But then I realized something one day, you know, God's going to put you in a situation and train you if you ask for it. He's going to put you down here. He's going to put you in a body, and he's going to train you for something. And now I've gotten to a point where bullies don't affect me. Bullies are sport. I take them on all the time on the internet, and I take them on in public if I ever have one come up in my face, and it doesn't even faze me. And I think that was the purpose. We're talking about karma. That was the purpose for me doing that, or having to go through that, because it made me such a stronger person today. And I'm not a big burly woman. I'm a skinny little thing. You could probably blow on me and I'd fall over, but I'm not intimidated. I'm not
Right.
intimidated. I'm not afraid. My fear's gone, and it's like, especially you get to this age, it's like, oh, well, you can't stop time, and that's an advantage to becoming older. I think over 60, because you do realize you can't stop time. So what's the use of living in fear?
No, absolutely.
I look at
But
my
that,
dad, he's like 93 years old, and holy moly, you can't even keep up with him. And he's not afraid of a darn thing. So I think the Lord gives you a life pattern, in other words, to bulwark you for what you're for this time such as now. Because honestly, every last one of us who are alive on the planet right now are really lucky. We're really lucky to be here, especially in this country's over here in the Western Hemisphere, to witness what's happening. It's
You
a
know,
great time.
but I gotta ask you something, right? So, I've again, without saying too much on the internet, right? Because you know how many freaking weirdos are on here.
Yeah, right.
Huh?
I said, yeah, right.
Right, yeah. You know, listen, I'll say this real quick, but I'll ask you my question but the one sector I came from, and I don't want to talk too much about them. We've had so much weirdos. They went into people's lives. They started doxing them. There was two guys that had their jobs get called. It's like, oh, like I didn't get it, right? But anywho, like it's like because of stuff like that, you're cautious, right? But let me ask you this. Today, I was really thinking, right? Like I was kind of having my moment with God, and I say, you know what? I know that a couple of years ago in this situation, I didn't. Okay, this is no way to apologize because it's a crappy apology. I've changed. I have, right? I swear to you, I've got to know thyself, and I've changed. But I swear to you, 𝗦𝗏𝒃, if you're willing to just say, okay, you're making an apology, but there's a but. Remember, there's a little but. If I can just be my old self for a minute, if I could just be a kid, if I can be petty, whatever you want to call it, but if you're willing to believe me, and I'm not lying to you, I really was dealing with a very demonic person. And I remember at that time, I just knew it. I said, this is literally the devil in the flesh. And again, with that being said, you know, their behavior, I'm not here to talk bad about their behavior. It's got nothing to do. It's only my behavior that I'm concerned with. And I shouldn't have, you know, let somebody get me out of my shell. But so I've acknowledged that and I forgave myself. And I said, well, at least since you have not, at least since you have acknowledged it, you're now at a, you know, you're a wiser person, you're more mature, you know that you'll never let that ever happen again. And that is why I could be proud of myself. I could say, you know what, you've learned, you've matured, and you know damn well you're never going to make that mistake again.
Exactly.
But
You passed that lesson.
I pass it, but that's why I said if I may, like I genuinely was dealing with a devil. I swear to God. Anywho, today I'm you know, again I'm talking with God, and it's like I felt it, but I'm like I know it. I'm given the second chance with the same. I'm not dealing with a devil person again, but I'm in a setting now where I don't have to deal with that person, and it's kind of like I kind of feel like I'm in heaven. It's so weird to explain, but I'm doing it right the second time. I'm not falling for the tricks.
No,
And it's
I
like,
get it. I get it.
yeah,
Totally get it. The Lord moved me with all the prayer and all the positive thinking and all the visualization and all the constant, meditation. He moved me out of the situation and away from the psycho person that was threatening me and moved me here. And what he did was, it was really wild because when I was in North Carolina with my mother, all I kept praying was, I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home. But I didn't realize that I was visualizing home as where I came from originally. And this is exactly where he put me. So yeah, once you give into it and once you understand how that energy works, he just picks you up and puts you exactly where you need to be.
yeah, exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess it's just more for a new believer when you're not kind of given a letter or some a
Yeah, and
verbal
the awe
or written.
hasn't worn off.
The what? Sorry, say it again.
I said that, and the awe has not worn off.
Right, right. No, exactly. It's for me. It's the beginning. Obviously, talking to you. You know, with your wisdom. You've been doing this for a long, long time. And it was actually,
Oh,
the cool thing is, I want to tell you something that I liked you did earlier was, so that whole thing about meeting people halfway and like how Christ would talk about he would he would always have to dumb down himself to their levels. And I remember when the sister on here asked that guy a question earlier, and he wasn't dismissive, but I can't remember how he did it. But you told her, you're like, well, if somebody's asking you should kind of answer. I think his response was, well, if you don't know, then you don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember how he said it.
yeah, I know exactly.
You,
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking. But you
yeah.
were pretty much you were pretty much saying to him that you kind of have to meet people halfway, or
Well, you
like
have
I
to
said.
say things to people. They come here to network, and if you're going to make it educational, which I think is what
Hello,
Prop is aiming
Darren,
for.
you put me next to Mud Rabbit, please.
I think what Prop is aiming for is something educational or something enlightening and positive, and you can't bring the chat in to it and have them understand what you're talking about unless you
Mud
put it in a
Rabbit,
language everybody understands.
Mud Rabbit, can I
What, sweetie?
say
Right.
something? Why do a lot of people be mean on these panels? Like, it's just fucked up. I'm sorry.
There's a lot of reason. I think some people come in here because they have a predatory spirit attached to them, and they get joy out of sucking energy out of other people and seeing them suffer. And then other people, I think it's the way they're raised. I noticed one thing a couple of years before I retired. The people that were coming into the industry didn't have business sense, didn't have professionalism, didn't know how to talk to customers, didn't know how to act in a professional setting, regardless of what the industry was. They don't know. They're not raised to have morals and manners.
Just like us.
Some people are not raised to have morals and manners. I got the switch if I didn't have manners, let me tell you, and that thing hurts.
So do a lot of people bully you guys on here?
Nobody bullies
Um,
me.
I don't want to really say the other sector's name. I don't want to bring more light to them or any of that, but there is a sector where, and I don't mean to sound like a psychologist here, underlining or diagnosing them, but they do come on here. They bully people really bad. They
Mm-hmm.
get very, I mean, they start talking about. They've even used the R word, RAP. You know where I'm going with this? As
Yes.
far as doing that to the other guy's mom or sister, like
Okay,
they're very,
YS, yeah.
yeah, all of that, and
Is
they.
somebody bullying you, Noelle?
Oh,
It has been lately on these panels.
In here?
No, in some other panels.
Okay, remember what we talked about a couple of weeks ago, that some rooms are safe and some rooms aren't?
Yes.
Yeah, you just kind of have to avoid those rooms.
And a lot of people are asking me about my straws.
About your what?
My straws.
What about them?
Like, what do I do with them? And just, I hate when the people ask me that. It makes me upset.
Well, don't put them where they can see them.
Put them down here.
Well, yeah, but see, if you're here, nobody bothers you about it. And if you're in Jacobs, nobody bothers you about it.
Yes.
So go to rooms like that so that nobody bothers you, because the mods in there, especially in Jacobs or especially in Zoe's, they'll all jump on them. Nobody will bully you there.
And then can I be next to you, please?
Well, I can't do it. It's up to Propagate, and I don't know if he can move it around like that. I am not proficient in StreamYard.
And
I am aware on how it works. I mean, propagate, I'm assuming you know how it works, but if you needed help, I could tell you how to do it. You're pretty much just going to slide her up. That's all you're doing. You're just sliding her.
But like a cursor slide.
Yeah, like, so you got to, with the mouse, you got to click on her avatar and then you just slide her up to where propagate is. So you're just switching them. It's actually very, very simple to do, but that's all you're doing, Paul. Propagate, don't go old man on me now and act, there you go. Okay, yeah, yeah. I was gonna say don't go old man on us and not know how to use the internet. So come on. It's there you go, no. See?
And so what do you do when people be mean to you?
It really depends on the circumstances. If it's just words, like I told you last time, I usually burst out laughing and draw attention to them and walk away.
And what about if it's physical?
Where are you at that it's physical?
I said, what about if it's physical? Like, I'm just saying.
Well, where are you going that it's a physical attack? Are you being attacked physically?
No, I'm being attacked on YouTube stream panels, not in real
Okay,
life. Oh
that's not a physical attack. On that, you can just block them.
How could he do that? Like,
I don't know. I don't have a channel of my own, so I don't know how it's done.
So are you, let me ask you, Noel, are you going to a certain sector?
I'm going to a lot of these panels.
She
Now,
goes to a lot of places on YouTube and runs into a lot of people that follow her and troll her.
yeah.
So
Yeah, because
just be very careful when you go to places like this.
yeah. No, you have to, because it's a lot of them see what they do is the stuff that they can't do in the, outside the internet. Like a lot of these guys, they can't pick on people in real life. They can't. It's not possible. They get smacked upside the head or any of that stuff. And
Oh, but they're
because
brave on the internet.
no, but that's my point. That's
Yeah.
my point, Mud, is because they can't do it outside the internet. When they come on here, where they're behind the keyboard and they're safe in their basement or wherever, that's when they'll start attacking you. And really, you're not the problem, no. They're just what's the word? Not self-reflecting. What's that word called? Fuck, starting to lose my word. What's it called? Projecting, self-projecting. They're kind of self-projecting their, their own demons onto you. That's all it is.
And so what about if they do it in real life? They wouldn't get smacked? Like how
Oh
would
yeah, if they did it in real life and laid hands on somebody, they'd get hurt. That's
How would
why
you
they
know?
don't do it.
How would you know by that? Like they could fight back.
Yeah, but the whole point of self-defense is they don't expect you to defend yourself. So you take advantage of that.
And why do these people take advantage of me? Because I'm special needs? That's why.
Yeah, we discussed this before. Absolutely. They see what they perceive as a weakness and they use that.
What is this?
Yeah, I've been around bullies all my life.
I
I
grew
can't
up
stand
being
them.
picked on
Yeah,
relentlessly.
yeah, I can't stand them. I never tolerate them. The problem is you don't get a whole lot of people that stand up. And so when you stand up to a bully, which I've done many times,
Mm-hmm.
they they don't even look at you as like you're brave or you're standing up to them. They end up looking at you like you're the a-hole. Like they're kind of like, why is this guy coming on me? They don't notice that they're being bullies and that somebody's telling them, hey, you're doing something wrong.
Well, they project what they are, they project it onto you. I'm going through this with my brother.
Right, right.
So he's got a traumatic brain injury and the filters are all messed up in his brain. And he's, let's just say he's Florida man. in the true sense of the word. He's Florida man. He's done every drug there is. He's, had a very adventurous life. Thank God he never had children. But he's everything that he did, everything he stole, every lie he told, he tells everybody it's me. And then he gets in the email with me, and I'll get sometimes 20 emails a day where he's blaming me, accusing me of everything he's done. Now, I'm his sister. I grew up with him. I know everything he's done and then some. And it's just weird how these things lob on to the human
Oh,
brain
what do
and
you
they
mean?
project. They
What
project.
What do you mean he tells like all of it?
He projects, but the point I'm making is he has a brain injury, so you can actually see it. You can actually learn this lesson from people like him with a brain injury because you see it happening. And especially if you know the person. But these people that are out there, 9 times out of 10, they're low IQ. And that right there is an open door. And the only way they feel any power or they feel like big men or big women is that they make somebody else cry. It's like high school stuff.
And so, did you take up for him?
What do you mean?
Like, so, like, did you stick up for him if anybody messes with him?
When we were little, I did. I got in trouble because he was always smaller than me until we got to about junior high school. And then all of a sudden he shot up and now he's 6'3".
Dang.
Yeah. But when he was little, when we were in elementary school, I was always protective of him because the bullies picked on him too, and worse.
And did you yell at them? Like, did you, like...
What does
Did,
that mean?
did you yell at them? Like, yell at them in school?
No, I just meet up with him and catch him in the act picking on my brother,
And so, what did you do?
tackle them.
And what did they do?
Ran. But because I defended my brother, they started picking on me. And then my age group started picking on me. So it's a cycle. They see what they think is an opening or a weakness.
And so is he good now? Is he
Who?
your brother? Is he good now?
No, he's got permanent brain damage.
That's sad. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But he survived it. That's the important thing. He wasn't supposed to survive it, but he did. But I will say this, and I've always said this, and my mother and I, there's a silver lining in every cloud. It's not exactly a silver lining, but my brother gave us so much trouble. We were always, when he was a kid, he was always running off, being with the wrong gangs. The older he got, the more tough it got. And mom was always bailing him out of jail. And then I was bailing him out of jail. And then the head injury happened. And his head injury is a direct result of the company he kept. And if that can be a lesson for you, Noelle, your injuries can be a direct result of the company you keep.
What does that mean?
That
That's
means
a great wisdom right there. Great wisdom.
it's the truth. You have to judge the people around you. If they're cruel and they're mean and they say mean things, you got to just kind of shun them, cut them out.
And so, if these people were being mean to somebody in real life, they would be in jail by now?
Not necessarily. My brother did things that he should have gone to jail for. So, like the professor said, this is karma. But the way I understand karma, I'm not going to go against anything he says. The way I understand karma is that you can have a lifetime where you burn it off. In his case, I think he incurred some.
And so so I should not go to those channels anymore.
Well, if it were me, I wouldn't. I wouldn't go where people treated me badly, and I wouldn't go where people didn't want me. Why should you? Your energy is yours.
Yes.
You don't have to go there and let them feed on you.
And that's why I like this channel, because
Mhm.
there's no drama.
Yeah. Have you been to Jacob's lately?
Yes.
At least in there, the drama's fun, but nobody gets hurt in there.
Have you or no?
No, nobody bothers me. I've been on here too long to let it affect me.
Have you ever went to a panel that is really being mean to you or no? Never? Like,
Yeah. And I left.
you're,
Why would I want to be there if they're going to be mean?
that's true.
It's all about the energy, sweetie. It's negative energy versus positive energy. I would rather spend my time with people who exude positive energy than people who have negative energy. It really does affect your health.
Yeah, that's a fact right there.
Yeah, it
And
does.
it's actually funny because I was when I was thinking today, Mud, I was really showing a lot of gratitude and I was thankful. And I said, you know what, God, you brought these people to my life 3 years ago, just around 3 years ago. And at the time, I didn't know that they were sent from God. I had no idea. It was just random. And it wasn't until like late last year when I started scratching my head and I said, wait a second, I haven't had one issue with these people and everything's been going good. And I said, and this is the thing, Mud Rabbit. This is why I am where I am today. I'm going to share a little bit with you. I'd say approximately 90% of people, or maybe I'd say 85% that I'd run into my entire life would tend to try and bring me down, find a little thing to piss me off,
Yeah,
agitate me,
misery loves
anything.
company.
Right. But it's almost but it's like I never understand why I attracted these people. Now I'm gonna get to why I did. I didn't know I manifested all this to really try and become a philosopher, not by reading, but by experiencing. And so, anywho, but I'd always run into people that were genuine. They had a good heart. You could see them. I loved their energy. And it's almost like they would give me hints like, look, man, I know what you're going through, but, you know, I'm kind of drama free and I kind of can't help you. Like
Yeah.
that's the attitude I'd get for. And I'm telling you, just because you could feel their vibe and energy, you didn't even need their help. And first of all, I've never asked anybody for help in my life, which is why I'm as prideful as they come. But when I would see that they were genuine, and like to me, it's like, yeah, trust me, I don't want you involved in my drama, but you are a genuine good person, and thank you. But anywho, last year I started really getting grateful, and I'm like, like when are these people gonna have an issue with me? Because I'm like, how did it go this long? And it really wasn't until like a couple months ago when I really got to know God and I really got to communicate with him, where it's like, yeah, like you've had enough of toxic people. And these people were in your life because if they didn't enter 3 years ago, I would have probably ended up going to jail or something, honest to God, for just knocking somebody out, just for having enough of this crap. And,
It's being
and
grateful. The more grateful you are, the more you remember to be grateful for what you have, the more
yeah,
you get blessings.
What?
And it's
yeah.
incremental. It's
And,
incremental.
and mud to add to that, if you remember the story I told you earlier where I said yeah, I got to know myself, and I could have done better, but I said I was genuinely dealing with a demonic person. Again, I'm telling you my story. They're not here
Yeah.
to defend themselves, but to add to that, what I'm saying now, I'm getting this situation now where I'm not dealing with this demonic person. It's the same setting, minus the demonic person, and then it's like everybody's just like gravitating towards me. It's just crazy, and it's kind of like just really figuring out the law of attraction, like it's a universal law, and how to make it work. It's like you really figure out that yes, it is written, it's all been written, but what path do you want to walk down? And
Right.
now it's like, like now I'm just like I'm there just trying to like I told him the other day, man. I'm like, just tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it, God. I swear to you. Just whatever you need me to do, I'll do it. I'm like, I'm done playing games. I'm done being prideful. I'm done trying to do it on my own way. And I'm like, I know every day you're showing me the way and you're talking to me and I'm like, I couldn't be more grateful, but it's an everyday thing. It's not a one time thing. It's like everyday repetition and trying to keep on track. So,
One of the things that we learned in the Cassiopean group was that things can be going so perfect in your life.
Excuse
And
me.
what?
Uh,
Well, let me finish this thought, okay? Things can be going so perfect in your life, and all of a sudden, someone will get inserted into your life that just wreaks havoc, that just makes your life miserable. And by the time you separate from them or manage to separate from them, your life is darn near destroyed. This is what these entities do. They attach to the NPCs, and because we're seeking God or because we're seeking a spirituality, the more gratitude we have and the more thankfulness we have, the brighter our light shines. We can't see it, but they can. Now, the person attacking you might not understand why they dislike you. They might just take a dislike to you for no reason whatsoever and just want to be in their ego self and show off. But whatever is driving that is something that's attached to them, and it sees that light in you and it wants some.
mm, mm.
And that's where Noelle is facing. And that's what we all face when we start finding God. And then all of a sudden, boom, we'll be sitting there 3, 4, 5 months later going, where the heck did this person come from and why are they in my life?
but Mud, but I'm going to tell you this, and I'm not trying to jinx myself, and I'm asking God for protection every day. But
Yes.
because, so here's the thing: as an introvert, like you could label me a bunch of things: introvert, observer, great listener.
Yeah.
When somebody's talking, I got my eyes glued to your eyes. I got both ears listening, and I do my best to not interrupt. But it's like with that, I stopped judging everybody, and then I started judging myself, and that's how I got to know thyself and work on thyself. But for a long time, I would just judge, kind of like a critic of society, where I'm like, man, what is wrong with this person I'm talking to? Why
Well,
are
all of a sudden you're turning it inward and going, oh my God, I've done something similar.
right?
Yeah.
No, and that's all I'm focused on these days, Mud. That's all because now that I really got to know the world and got to know myself, well, what's a universal law? The only one you can change is yourself. You can't change the world. You're gonna hit yourself on a wall doing that, right? So because I know that, here's one thing I know about me, Mud. I majority of people, I'm just not gonna fit in with them. Now, this is what I'm telling you. Like this thing that I told you just happened to me with this setting that I previously had this setting in the past and it didn't. Now it's like I'm telling you, these people are gravitating towards me and they're good vibes, good energy. And I'm like, God, I'll put my hands, I'm sorry, I'll put my trust in you now, and that's all I'm doing. But with that being said, what I've always observed all my life what I've been doing lately is I would do my best to just stay away from people, stay away from everybody. And it's like the ones that are coming to me are the good vibes, are the good energies. And it's like, even with them, you know, you do your best to just keep it short and sweet, to just try and keep it natural, and then you keep it moving, keep it moving.
It's
But
okay to be a hermit. It's perfectly
exactly.
fine to be a hermit. I mean, oh my God, what would we do? Some of us, it's not that we're introverted. It's a, oh, I forget the type of personality they call it, but we're
Well, you
happiest in
said
our
it best.
solitude. We're happiest in our solitude.
But isn't that an introvert, or are you labeling it something else now?
Now, I think introvert, extrovert is just like a basic label, but there's, oh God, I
Hmm.
can't remember it. There's a test you take and it explains in 4 letters exactly
Is
what
it
kind of personality you have.
is it the personality test? You just said test. The
No,
personality.
it's something that you get from a psychologist or a psychiatrist, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. It'll come to me. But anyway, those personality types, it's not that you're an introvert. You know, some people are more reserved than others, but some people are happier in their solitude. They have busy
Right.
minds. Not everybody has an internal monologue. They say about, what is it, only slightly more than half of the population of I forget if it's the country or the world, has an internal monologue. I think it's
Yeah.
like
That.
51 or 52%. But the other half doesn't have an internal monologue.
So how do they? Okay. So would it
I
would
would
that mean?
imagine I would imagine that those of us who have internal monologues like our solitude because of that, because we're listening to it, we're talking to ourselves, we're running ideas through our head, we're imagining how we would have handled an argument that we had a year ago, you know, oh darn, I should have said this and I should have said that, you know. It's going through our head. But some people don't have
Exactly.
that.
Mike, I'll tell you. So, and this is like, oh my God, like this is something. And I'm going to tell you this, right? So I've definitely thought about writing a book and stuff like that. Just, but maybe not now, but just maybe in the future. And a lot of things are going on in my head. But for instance, I remember before I'd always go, man, I should have did this, man, I should have did that. Well, now where I stand, and really, this is, we've really matured. It goes, wait a second, man. 5 years ago, my mind wasn't thinking about stuff like that. And you go back when I was 18 or 23 or 25, it's like you got to learn to forgive yourself, man, because my mind wasn't on that type of time. It wasn't on that radar. So I'm like, it's not even possible because
Well, you
it's
didn't
just
have the knowledge then that you have now.
I didn't
And I didn't have the
exactly.
knowledge then that I
Excuse
have
me.
now. What you
Excuse
want, sweetie?
Tomorrow I'm going to work, and then tomorrow I'm going to work, and then tomorrow I'm going to my friend's basketball game, and so it's is the Special Olympics, and then I will film it on my live stream, and my friend is going to take me to watch
Oh, how nice.
the Special Olympics. Some of my friends are on that team. Yeah, it's not my team. It's just a team that is in Division 3.
It's the team you're cheering for, right?
Yes.
That's it.
And so, 𝗏𝒂𝒵𝗵𝗲𝗂𝗏, why you don't come on my lives? Subscribe to my channel.
I thought I did.
I don't see you in my lives.
Okay. I probably haven't. Well, I know I haven't been there. I usually don't. Are they on there during the day? Because I usually don't get on until the evening, and all of my evenings I have a different show.
So tomorrow I'm gonna film it at 6.
I will try, but I can't promise because at 6 I'm still dealing with the animals and the house and whatever else at the end of the day.
And how many animals do you have? Like, wow. It's a
Oh
lot.
my goodness. 2 birds, 4 cats.
It's a lot of animals.
And that's not including the wildlife. We have rabbits and ospreys and eagles and blue jays, all kinds of stuff. And snakes and spiders.
And do you love it? Do you love like feeding them and just take care of them?
Oh, they're my babies. You should have seen what I was doing 2 days ago. We put fly traps out on the compost and the lizards got stuck to it. And I was in here with soap
And
water and oil getting the lizards unstuck.
Snakes. What kind of snakes do you have? Snakes.
I have, up here, all kinds. I mean, mostly non-poisonous, but we do have water moccasins and cottonmouths. I just haven't seen any since I moved back up here. I mean, I grew up in this area. But what I've seen in my yard are grass snakes, glass snakes, garter snakes, a rat snake,
Do
corn
you
snake.
live by yourself?
No,
You live with your husband
and my dad, my
and your
stepfather.
dad. Okay. I'm sorry, I forget. I'm just making
That's okay. And my chicken and my cockatiel and my 4 cats.
cockatiel. What is that?
It's
Cockatiel.
a cockatiel is a type of bird.
And that flies or is
Well, hopefully not. We trim the wings.
Why? That's
We
just
don't want them to fly. We have ceiling fans.
oh. Okay, that makes sense. And what are you gonna do tomorrow?
What's tomorrow? Wednesday? Tuesday?
Tuesday, yes.
Oh, Lord. A lot.
A lot? Like what?
Well, the things you normally do, hit up the grocery store, the post office, the vape shop, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Get the laundry done, get the chicken out, get the chicken in. I mean, she's a house hen.
You smoke vape.
Yes.
What kind of vape? Like, I'm sorry, what?
What do you mean, what kind of vape?
What kind of flavor? What kind of vape? Like, what kind of vape
Oh,
is
this one is butterscotch.
And so vape is good for you or
Well,
than
it's better
cigarettes?
than cigarettes.
Like how?
It doesn't fill your lungs with a bunch of stuff. It's just vapor.
How is that vape is really good? How is that? I never tried it. I don't want to try it, but my brain sometimes tells me to try it. And
Well, it's like smoking. So if you don't want to do that, then don't do vape because there's nicotine in the vape and some of them have THC,
THC, what is that?
the stuff they have in marijuana.
And so why do a lot of people do that? Vaping. Like that's just like
Well, I did it to quit smoking.
wow. Just makes
And then I cut down gradually on the nicotine. Now you can get the vape that has no nicotine in it. And I just do it because I enjoy it.
no wait, which one has no nicotine? Like which
It comes in different strengths.
oh. Is it no nicotine is good for you? It's
Yeah. They found that it keeps Alzheimer's patients from progressing into dementia. They found that it eradicates nanotechnology in the body that you've picked up, and it helps you eliminate microplastic, which you pick up in tea bags and coffee filters, those sort of things. They're finding there's more beneficial things in nicotine than they realized, or that they just didn't tell us. What's bad for you is the fact that you're putting it at the end of a stick and lighting it and inhaling that heat and the saltpeter and all the other chemicals that they put on the tobacco. That's what's killing your lungs.
Sorry, I was just taking out my cat. Excuse me. So with no nicotine in it, should be good for like anybody? It should be good for
Well, if you don't do it, don't develop the habit. Smoking isn't just a habit. The reason smoking became such a hard habit to break for so many people is because of the dopamine. When you take an inhale on a cigarette or a joint or anything like that, you're injuring your lungs. And then your brain releases a dopamine that is, I think they said, 10 times stronger than heroin. And that's where the big addiction comes in. When you remove that, you don't, the second problem with quitting smoking is the oral fixation. And for people who have smoked for a long time, they get used to having that thing to put in their mouth. So you substitute that, you throw the nicotine in the juice, and then you give them a vapor so that they have that third part of the addiction, which is where you're blowing the smoke out, and you've successfully substituted it for a cigarette. Now, if that person's conscious enough that they want to really quit smoking, they can cut down the nicotine bit by bit by bit by bit. Or they can just leave a little bit in there because it really is beneficial to your health.
Excuse me, I just don't want nobody to offer me some like.
Well, no, that's the whole point. You don't want to develop the oral fixations.
And
because that's 2 out of 3 on the addiction scale right there. You don't want to do that.
And so why do a lot of people say, hey, try this and try that. Hey, try this and try that. Hey,
because they're stupid. If they're offering that to you and they know darn well that you don't smoke, then they're stupid or they're being mean.
And have you ever get that before? Have you ever saw it?
No.
You haven't?
I mean, I don't hang with people I don't trust. I don't hang with strangers. And when I did smoke, I never smoked someone else's cigarette. And these days, with all the bugs that are going around,
What do you mean by someone else's cigarettes? That's just
germs. I mean, sometimes like people would pass cigarettes or, rolled stuff around and everybody would smoke off the same thing.
Why would you do that? That's just gross.
Well, that's what a lot of people do.
And so, thank God I don't do that stuff.
No, and you shouldn't start just because somebody says, here, try this. I mean, how strong are you?
And so thank God I have my straws. My straws is keeping me, yes.
Mm-hmm. So did that answer your question?
Yes, of course.
Okay, good.
So we are the only ones on this panel. Yeah.
No, there's 4 of us here. We're moving around.
And so thank God I have my straws. Because if I didn't have my straws, then I would be pissed. And yeah, what to do in my house. What? Where's everybody going?
Black Cat Yield says, I've never ever heard of a chicken diaper. They have them for little birds too. They have them for big birds. They come in different sizes depending on your bird.
What do you mean?
Black Cat's Yield says, I never have ever, let's see, my glasses. I never have ever heard of a chicken diaper. I said, check it out on Amazon. I tried to paste the link, but it was too long and the chat wouldn't take it. I used to be able to do that. But if you go to Amazon.com and type in chicken diapers in the search bar, they'll pop up and with pictures. And there's different types too. And they have them for ducks and they have them for little cockatiels. And, you know, this is so you can put your bird on your shoulder or your lap or let them run through the house and you don't have bird poo everywhere. And she's a house hen, so she comes in at night, but she gets dusted with diatomaceous earth, so she has no parasites. She's a clean bird.
And how did you get all these animals?
I think that's another reason God put me on this earth. It just happened to me all my life. I get all these animals, especially birds.
Do you like, what kind of birds do you like?
I don't care. I just like animals.
Have you went to a zoo before?
Yeah. One of my lizards is in a zoo down in Homestead.
Really?
Yeah. He got too big for me to keep.
And so, how did you get into animals?
I don't know. Ever since I was a kid, I always wanted to be a veterinarian.
And
So
did
I've always had a tendency to, I just have incredible empathy for them. All of my cats find me. My animals find me. I don't find them. Even when I went to the pound to get a dog when I was in North Carolina, the dog chose me. Out of all the dogs they had about 150 dogs, and this one dog out of all of them, this one puppy.
how is this dog chose you? Like it came over to you?
It wanted to get out of the fence. It was the only dog out of all the dogs and puppies that I saw there. He was a puppy that wanted to get out of the chain link and come to me.
He was very cute.
Yeah.
And yeah, what was his face? What was his like? What breed is it?
He was a mutt. Big dog. He was a cross between a chocolate lab and a Dalmatian.
And so one day you walk in there and then you saw it and then that, wow.
I don't know. It was weird. I saw him jumping on the chain link the minute I came in the main entrance. You could see through the glass at the far end. There was this one puppy that was just straining to get, and he's pushing his nose between the gate and the fence and trying to push through. And he was in there with a whole litter of brothers and sisters, and they all had spots like a Dalmatian, but he was the only one, and he was bigger than them, and he was the only one that was all chocolate brown.
And so that dog was, and then you just came over there and then that dog just like.
No, I saw him doing this the minute I walked into the organization. The minute I walked into the building, it was shaped like a giant U, and you came in at the bottom of the U. And I could see him through the glass on the opposite side, and he was looking at me. It was really weird. And the guy says, "So would you like to take a tour?" I said, "No, I'd like to see that dog on the end."
Dang.
So he took me back there and opened it up. Now he was one of, I think, 11, something like that. And,
I gotta ask, what? So sorry, my rabbit. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. He opened the gate, and the dog came running to me, and I said, "Okay, I'll take him."
Oh my God.
Yeah. He says, "Lady, how does that happen?" I said, "I don't know. Ask the dog."
How is the dog was used to you? Oh my gosh.
No, he just wanted to come with me. I strongly believe in animals choosing their masters. They know where they want to go, and they know the energy that they match.
That's just wow. That was in God was there for you. God was there.
Maybe. You were going to say something, God's servant?
I want to see what on earth is Propagate doing. He keeps putting me backstage, and he's
I don't
messing
know.
with.
He's
He's
hiding.
trolling us. He's
He's in the
trolling us,
booth
bro.
in the back, in the corner, in the dark.
And
Yeah, he's playing. Man, stop playing with me, man. You
Messing
play
with the
too much, bro.
StreamYard.
Stop playing with me, bro. I'm just
There
messing
he
with him.
is.
He's
He's
having a
shy
little bit of
tonight.
fun. Oh, he's real shy tonight. Is that a Propagate? Is that an old school picture? Well, is that old school?
Yes.
Yeah, that looks like it's from the 80s or something like
excuse me,
that.
I
excuse
don't know.
me.
He looks pretty
I
sharp
have
in that white tux.
But it looks old, right? Like 80s or something like
Mm-hmm.
that.
Well,
80s,
the
90s.
haircut gives it away.
The haircut gives it
Yeah.
away,
Yeah.
exactly. He had that Will Smith high top fade, man.
Uh-huh.
We go back like high top fades. That's the
Mud
same.
rabbit.
What, sweetie?
Like
Have
lava.
you have you hear about that shooting in Ohio? That
Yeah.
Wisconsin shooting.
Mm-hmm.
It was a 17-year-old girl. Like I cannot believe.
Yeah. I
Wow.
saw that. Yeah. See, we covered this earlier, but these people have attachments.
Sorry, I didn't
Yeah.
know you talked
Oh,
about
no,
this.
no, no, no. I didn't mean for you to feel bad about it. No, it's just an example. These people, and I'm just trying to veer the conversation away from the bang bang because we don't want YouTube to give us a hard time about it.
Excuse me. So, why did she do that?
I don't know, but like I said, the pit's been opened. I mean, these people who have these nasty attachments and no attachment to God don't think twice about taking someone else's life, and then they're influenced by some of these games. And
Mud.
on top of that, we don't know if she was depressed and on SSRIs, because it seems there's been an epidemic ever since this whole thing started of these kids taking some sort of medication. So we don't know.
What do you mean by take medication?
Some medications, you see it in older folks when they get confused. They go
Yeah.
to different doctors for different things, and the doctors give them medications, and now they're taking all these medications, and it makes them crazy.
And so I'm shocked that it was a 17-year-old girl. It was boys. My
Mm-hmm.
dad was shocked.
Well, no, she's not the first.
Who is the first? I don't know who is.
Well, just do a Google search, because we can't discuss this openly on YouTube. It's not a subject that YouTube wants us to openly discuss.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. You just didn't know.
And so how did she know about this?
It was on my news feed this morning.
Why? I'm so stupid. Why did that 17-year-old girl
I don't know. It's between her and God, sweetie.
but she's not with him anymore.
How do you know that? See, the thing is about people like her, we don't know what they were suffering.
Okay.
We don't know what torment they were going through in their head. And trust me, honey, to do something like that, there's got to be some major torment. Because no sane person would do something like that. No sane person with empathy would ever consider doing something like that.
Maybe she would, and maybe she got bullied.
Yeah, but even, honey, I got bullied terribly, but I didn't go kill anybody over it. I didn't go unalive my classmates. I didn't go running and crying. It's, bullying has its place. Just like everything else, it has its place. It depends on what your objective is and what you're being a bully for.
And then the parents are probably in trouble.
No, they shouldn't be.
How do you know?
Well, we don't know all the specifics yet.
When are we gonna know?
I don't know. You'll have to watch the news and see what they say.
It takes time.
You know,
Yeah. 48
I
hours.
was watching the news today. Well, sorry, the local news. You know, as far as when it tells you on who's being charged for selling drugs or murder or anything like that.
Right.
And a lot of the people that are getting charged, I knew these people once upon a time. I grew up with them. So today it showed where a few people got charged for drug trafficking.
Yeah.
And I know one of them. I know, I recognize the name. I remember this guy. The last time he saw me would have been maybe a year ago or 2 years ago, and he had a smile on his face when he saw me. He shook my hand.
And
Kid,
what
he's a
happened?
guy a couple years younger than me, but I said, man, you know what? It's a damn shame because, like, for one, I get the struggle. I get it. He kind of grew up similar to me, and I would never judge anybody because I chose to stay away from crime. So I don't judge anybody that turns to crime.
So
Well, they're
what?
saying that a lot of
But
this crime by people who were born and raised here come from fatherless families. And the welfare system has churned out
Excuse me.
a
What?
whole bunch of fatherless families.
Excuse me. What
yeah,
happened to your friend?
Which friend?
He was saying
oh,
his
oh,
friend.
she's
Oh,
saying mine. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I don't know if you want to still call him a friend, but he was somebody that I knew from my childhood. I don't even think we were friends then, but if we ever saw each other, we'd shake each other's hands. But yeah, they did have him on the news recently. Him and a few other people. They got charged for drug trafficking. But like I was saying,
don't you always think when you're growing up with these people, like, yeah, they're just not going to get so far? I mean, you hear your parents
yeah.
say it all the time.
Oh, no, no, for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
You know, you know, so this is the funny thing. Okay, the guy, I remember this going back in the 6th grade. The guy that actually taught me how to talk to chicks and how to pick them up. He was a couple years older than me. He's now downtown, homeless, on drugs.
Hmm.
I'll never
Yep.
forget. I saw him last year, and he goes like this. He's like, "Yo, man, you got any money?" And I put the window down. I was like, "Yeah, I got some." But I says, "Man, you don't remember me, man?" And I told him my name, and he's like, "No, no, you a cop?"
No,
And the
they
thing
don't
that bothered
remember.
me is, no, the thing that bothered me is, I think he remembers me.
No, they
I
don't.
swear to you, man. No, no,
They
no. But this
don't.
is what I'm saying. I saw the twinkle in his eye. Is what I'm saying to you. I know he's
It'll come
drugged
to
out.
him later. It'll come to him later. But at this point, their brain is so
I,
fried. I mean, I've seen this myself, and their brain is so fried. But the next
I,
time he
I,
sees you, he might remember you because you did that first pass.
yeah. I mean, I ended up getting it. It was in front of the McDonald's. I just bought him the McDonald's. But then when I gave it to him, I said, "You really don't remember me, right?" He's like, "No, no, man." So
Yeah, isn't it
yeah,
sad
I mean,
though?
I could see that he was fried. Like I get it, but it was the way he smirked at me when I said
Hmm.
it. It kind of bothered me. Like I was like, "Do you remember me?" Because I had a lady, Mud Rabbit. It was this lady. I worked with her, and she knew me from my childhood. Older lady, because I grew up with her kids. And I ended up getting a job with her. And when she first saw me, she does this smirk, and I'm like, "Hey," and she's like, "Do I know you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you know who I am." And she's like, "No, no, but I remember that other guy." And why would she say that, my rabbit? Because I hung out every day with the freaking other guy. So just it pissed me off the way she did it. Like I'm like, why are you pretending you don't know me? You know, and it just bothered me so much, like how some people their pride shows, but that's why I got annoyed with him. It was similar to hers because he smirked. He did it. I'm telling you, Mud, you got to trust me. He remembers me. I swear to you. But again, then then it went on to where I could really see it in his eyes that he's really fried and that he's struck out. And I just let it go. I'm like, whatever. I'm like, what do you want me to get you, man?
Yeah. Well,
And I
that's
ended up getting him
schoolhouse
a,
earth. Some people's lessons are going to be tougher than others. And I look at these people and go, in my head, I just think, what got into you to get you this low?
yeah,
You know,
no,
and
no,
these, you see it happen to formerly successful people who actually used to flaunt it at you. And what really gets me is the feeling when I see this happen to somebody who used to look down their nose at me, I feel sorry for them. When I find them in a
right.
situation, I just like, most people would laugh and go, aha, it's like,
Excuse me,
dude.
excuse me, Mud Rabbit. I haven't have a friend that goes to jail. Like, why? I not not.
I don't know what he do.
I said none of my friends went to jail before.
Okay, none of my friends went to jail.
Why is that in life?
I don't know. I think the tougher lesson is once you get to my age, you start losing them one at a time. And it makes you really
Yeah,
reflect
yeah.
on your life. I lost
No,
a friend
exactly.
in June. She was driving on the interstate going from Tampa back to Alabama, and something flew out the back of the car, and her dog's in the back of the car. So she pulls over to the side of the road. She gets out and she runs over to get it, but she's over on the grass on the swale. She's not anywhere near the drive out. You know how you have that one lane that you park your car on?
Yes.
So she parks her car there and she goes down into the swale to retrieve this pillow that blew out the back of her car. And a guy driving a pickup truck just veered off the road and right into her and hit her on the swale, killed her instantly. And it's, we learned in the driver's handbook, and back in the day, they used to tell you that people that have been on the road for a long time, if they focus on something other than the road, they tend to veer that way. And that's what happened to this guy. Completely missed her truck. I mean, her truck is parked on the side of the road, and he went completely off the road and onto the passenger side of her truck. Missed her truck and hit her.
Damn, that's just harsh.
Yeah, so these are lessons. I mean, so you ask about, learning about things like that, wait till you get older and things like this start happening around you.
And so she shouldn't have got it.
Well,
After that happened.
maybe that was her path, her exit date. I mean, from what I understand, we're given several opportunities to exit this lifetime. It's up to us to take them.
Are you, when you say that, Mud, are you saying as far as change? Is that what you mean? Like change who you are and be better, or?
No, I think some people have accidents in their life that could easily kill them, but they survive. It happened to me. But Cindy didn't survive this one. And the circumstances of it, why she got out of the car, I don't know. It was an interstate. Just leave the pillow there. But she did. She got out of the car. She made a choice.
Yeah,
And
they
then
always
there's,
tend to say never get out of the car, right?
right. This, she did. She was going to get that thing.
Excuse me. Did God knows that she was gonna pass away? Did
I don't know. It's fun to speculate on. You want to think the most comforting thing. I've known this girl since I was in my 20s, my early 20s.
Damn.
Let me ask you this, Mud. Now, I'm obviously assuming it's a, sorry, I didn't mean to use the word obviously. I shouldn't have used that word.
It's okay. I get you.
I guess I was more thinking in my mind, but I've always assumed that like for instance, suicide is a sin, and I think I think some
Can you
people would say that,
talk about
but
this, please?
just give
Well,
me
you're
one
not
second, sister.
supposed. yeah, you're not supposed to end your lesson before your time. You have certain
Right.
exit dates, and you have a choice whether to stay and linger or to go on. I mean, you have people have out of body experiences all the time. And then they get up there and they get counseled, it's not your time yet, and they come back into the body. And those are the ones that we get to hear their experiences. The ones who chose to go on, we don't know, because they didn't come
I
back to
gotta
tell us.
so I gotta ask you, when you say exit dates, this is real interesting because I've never heard this before.
Well, everything's in
Yeah,
cycles. The
right,
earth is in cycles, the universe is in cycles, time is in cycles, our cataclysms, everything is in cycles. The Bible is written in cycles. We're human, we're living in the middle of all these cycles, so we have cycles. And for some of us, it's, every 7 years there's big changes for some people, or for other people it's 10 years, or for other people it's every 8 years. But if you look back through your life from your birth date and look at and chronicle all the really big changes, just write down all the changes and how old you were, and then go cross out the ones that weren't as big as others and look at where the big ones fall, and you see your cycle.
right.
Mine, I cringe every 7 years. It's like, oh God, what's coming? But it's usually 7 years on, 7 years off. So you have 7 years of bad stuff, that, like the song says, 7 years of bad luck, and then you have 7 years of good luck. And it was, I think Sandy Diva and I were talking about this, and I think she said for her it was 10. So everybody has a different cycle. Everybody's on a different wavelength.
Right. Um, yeah, no, that's kind of interesting the way you said it as far as the exit thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of funny because what was coming to me, um, it's almost like I wanted to figure out if anybody has had this thought where they almost feel like death is near,
Yeah.
and what to do if you're getting these feelings, like if you just, I don't know, maybe when you were my age or a little
To
younger
be
or a little older.
honest, to
Yeah.
me, it was totally physical. They talk about your a-hole puckering. It starts there and it goes right up your spine. I was
Right.
like, oh my God, what's going on? I had a full body reaction, and I was just like, take a deep breath. Okay. I swear to God, I had an angel in that car with me. And this is not the accident I recently had. This was a bad one I had back in 2001. It was right before 9/11. So it was that year, it was that summer. And my car was totaled, and I was knocked 180 feet in the mud. It was a mess. And I walked away from it. And I swear I felt there was somebody in the back seat holding my shoulders. So yeah, there's a physical feeling to it, and it starts in your bum.
Did you at all die for a little bit,
No,
like
no,
for a
no,
couple
no,
minutes?
no. I was fully aware of the whole thing. I knew what was, but they say your life passes before your eyes. Literally, you're like, oh my God, what am I going to, all this stuff goes through your head all at once. What am I going to do? Who's going to tell them? It's like, and then, whoo, but no, I didn't die. I didn't have a near-death experience, but I came pretty dark close, and it took me 3 years to recover.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was an experience. It was a life-changing experience.
Yeah.
But I did
And I mean,
recover. I did recover. The guy hit me doing 110 miles an hour.
oh my God.
And
See, I got to convert that to kilometers, and that's a lot, man. You said 110?
110 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's like that'd be like 180 kms for us.
Yeah,
Like
something
that
like
is
that.
crazy because I can picture like I think the most I've ever done, and I actually got a ticket for it, would have been about 150.
Well, you
So
guys
I've
up there
actually,
drive fast anyway, because when I went to Nova Scotia, my husband's family, they're all speed demons. Holy moly, it scared me. And
well,
I
I
lived in
just,
Miami.
Mud Rabbit, I'll tell you, for the life of me, I can't go slow. Now, for the record, see, if I knew that I was a terrible driver and that I would cause an accident,
Mm,
I'd better myself. But I'm what's called like a great observant driver. Some people might call it defensive, but if somebody's trying to cut me off, I slow down. I let them cut me off. Uh, if I see in the left lane some people are acting wacky, I'll get the heck out of it. I'm
yeah, but
very,
this
yeah.
guy, you can't. There are some things you just can't plan for. This guy came
Oh,
from
for sure,
behind me.
for sure, for sure.
I was driving one of those little tiny Honda Civics, and he was driving a Chevy Tahoe. And
Oh
he
What?
my God. Yeah,
plowed right into
that's a
me.
recipe for disaster there.
Yeah.
You
What,
know,
Noel?
Mud Rabbit.
What, sweetie?
When me and my dad was driving, and there was this guy with no blinker, and my dad was just beeping the horn, and so I was upset. I was like a jerk. That's a jerk right there.
Yeah.
Why?
Did you have your seatbelt on?
Yes.
Good.
Why? So why do a lot of people do that with no blinker, like somebody
Who knows? Who knows? I mean, this guy came from nowhere. I was in the right-hand lane of I-95 in Georgia, traveling south,
what
coming from North Carolina.
happened?
He just plowed into me. I didn't even see him coming. I
And
mean, the last minute I looked up in the rearview mirror and I saw it, and I was just like, oh no, I didn't even have time to avoid it.
and so did you yell at him, like get out the car, and did you
I
like
didn't have time for anything, honey, except gripping the steering wheel and saying a quick prayer.
and did you got slammed so hard?
Yeah, my car was totaled. My whiplash went side to side.
And then your air.
No. I worked at a dealership and I had them disconnect my airbags, thankfully, because that was one of those little teeny tiny Honda Civics. And I did not want those things exploding in my face
Why? Those airbags.
because I could have gotten my nose broken.
And so God was there for you.
Well, yeah, I felt the hands on my shoulders.
Oh God, like that was.
I don't know what it was. It just held me in my seat. You know, even in your seat belt, you get thrown around a little bit. And the only thing that really got thrown around was my head and my neck. I mean, whatever this force was, it held my shoulders firmly to my seat.
Maybe it was God.
I don't know what it was. I can't say for certain. And it wasn't that you thought about it at the time it was happening. It was just like when everything was over, you're kind of sitting there going, what was that? So you don't recognize it happening at the time because everything happens so fast and your adrenaline is going. It was just after the fact, I was like, well, wait a minute. You know, it felt like somebody was in the back seat.
Shut up.
And I had the hatch down, so the back seats were, well, it was a hatchback, so I had the back seats down because I was bringing some boxes of things back from North Carolina.
Hey, Mud, I gotta ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like in a lot of instances, that like in your lifetime, have you ever heard of where, for instance, two soulmates, without even dating or anything like that, got separated for whatever reason, and then they found their way back together? Like, how often does stuff like that you ever
I
hear
know
of?
I'm with mine. I know I'm with my soulmate. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been with him so long. I wouldn't have put up with his stuff for so long.
Right.
But I think also there's the love bite. And you have to be really careful about that because nowadays women have all kinds of tricks, and pheromones is one of the strongest tricks that women use.
What's it called?
Pheromones. You can actually buy them, just straight pheromones, and add them to your perfume or just put them on like perfume. They come in a little blue bottle. And what it does is it has a really strange effect on men. It has a strange effect on some women too. But what it does is it kind of gives the woman the boost of pheromones that we naturally have. And men don't understand why they're attracted to them, but they are. Now, some women, the way they react, they get mean. They get possessive of whatever man is, they consider theirs. They find themselves in the room smelling these pheromones. It's all almost animalistic.
Is it like a love spell or something like that?
No, it's pheromones. It's scientific. Every
How do you spell
perfume.
that? How do you spell that?
It's PHEROMONES, pheromones. Every
Okay.
animal and every human has pheromones, and some have them stronger than others. But like I said, when women have tricks these days, they get all the plastic surgery, they get the weaves, they get the tight dresses, and then they go and they get pheromones and they put them in their perfume or they just put it on themselves. And women these days don't know how to use that stuff, and they just put it on like it's perfume. Whoops, I knocked over a bottle. And they wonder why they can't find any marriageable men. It's because you're out there on the streets, sleeping with this man, sleeping with that man. Of course, you're attracting a lot of men. And of course, a lot of these men give you money. And of course, a lot of these men want to date you, but none of these men want to marry you. You see what I mean? But these are some of the tricks these women use. And it's very easy. Oh my goodness. I was young once. Trust me, it's very easy for us to do that.
Now, do you believe? I know. I guess Propagate. You're going to see some. You got to wrap it up. You got 5 more minutes, Propagate.
Yeah.
You got okay. Yeah, I guess he was just going to say he's got to wrap it up. But what do you think of? Okay, like what do you think of like love spells? Like, do you think certain women can cast that on you, or just anything remotely close to that?
Yeah,
Love
it's a
spells.
way of directing energy, but it's a very negative way, and it's going to come back on them if it doesn't work. Oh boy, is it going to come back on them. Even if it does work, it's going to come back on them. They're going to
So
regret it.
if it doesn't work, and you're saying it's going to come back on them, can you kind of give like an example? Like, what are you kind of
Well, it's
referring to?
witchcraft. It's basically witchcraft. And whenever you cast a spell in witchcraft, it comes back on you threefold. It's the karma, the whole karma thing. So you have to really be prepared to accept what's coming back at you. So this is why people who believe in negative energy and that sort of thing, they tell us through movies, they tell us through books, they tell us what they're doing, because that way they avoid that karma. It's a complicated thing. It's for another show.
Oh no, for sure, yeah, because he Propagate's got to wrap it up. But yeah, no, definitely, maybe if you ever wanted to talk about it in the future, that'd be something nice,
Sure. Or you can catch me over on Jacob's channel when he's out.
So I remember you mentioned that name earlier. What's that channel called exactly?
I'm going to get it for you right now if I can. Let's see. See how fast I can type. I'm typing fast.
While you get that, I want to say thank you to all the presenters. Just people that just came through, checked in. I don't want to say presenters. It's not a show. We're just talking. And y'all on the panel right now, y'all incredible. I was over here eating and listening, So thank you. And Noelle, I appreciate you, the chat as well.
No, it's been great. Yeah, it's been great.
Sure.
With the professor earlier, man, he I got his channel up right now on my my laptop. His that food channel. So I just I don't know if I'm going vegetarian, I'm gonna kind of go the organic way. I heard about these Impossible Burgers and how they add 1,000 ingredients to them. So I just, but anywho, it's worth a try.
I would highly suggest that you find out what your blood type is first. Because
Oh, okay,
before
you
you
know,
go on any kind of diet change, and then you do it gradually. I'm putting Jacob's channel address in the YouTube chat.
okay.
There you
Now,
go. And
what else do you recommend? So blood type, and what else should somebody do?
well, O positive people are, sorry, blood type O are carnivores. We need the protein. We don't produce any of it within our bodies, any of the necessary enzymes. So we need the protein to do that, and the collagen. People who, one of my best friends, she is A negative, I think, and she's the perfect vegan. A, B, and ABs, they can do vegetarian and vegan, through that spectrum, and it won't hurt their health. But if somebody who has blood type O goes on a vegan or vegetarian diet, you age faster. You need the
Right.
collagen, you need your joints lubricated, you need the animal fat.
Hmm.
And as much as I understand what they mean about vegan, no, vegan is not saving the animals, actually, because to plow these fields to make that much food, you kill off squirrels, you kill off rabbits, you kill off the wildlife, you kill off more animals to feed a vegan population than you do a meat eating population. And that's a
Right.
fact.
Yeah, yeah. No, I
Yeah.
appreciate you sharing all this with me because I gotta go I gotta see my blood type.
Yeah.
And because see, it's funny. Like I know Propagate's got to go, so I'll make it quick. But I know, for instance, like um, foods that my body digests really good. Like for instance, obviously regular veggies like broccoli and stuff like that, and then fish, chicken as well. But
Right.
something that my stomach hates, specifically if I do it later, would be like if I had like rice. Um, it could do good with bread, but rice, it's like my body, like it just hardens up my stomach, doesn't sit too well. Um,
Yeah, maybe you're just not engineered for rice.
well, I
Are
grew
you
up on
are you
rice
a
my whole
white are
life.
you a white man?
No, no, Middle Eastern.
Oh, and you can't eat rice?
No, 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 no. That's this is what I'm telling you, Mud. You're not listening to me. I'm trying to tell you, I grew up on it my whole life.
I
But
did
but
not know
but
you were Middle Eastern. Where does
yeah,
your well, listen, I know Prop has to end this, but I want to find out more about you. So we'll do that
we
next time.
we will for sure. We will. But I grew up on rice my entire life. I've
Yeah.
always ate it. But it does it does get you bigger, right? Like so you gain a lot of weight
Yeah, you're
from
just sick of it. Your body's
yeah,
just sick
yeah.
of it.
Yeah, and I'm just more like I find it. See, what I'm trying to get at is I just find it not to be that clean as far as what my body needs,
Hmm.
and so I'm trying to just stick with veggies and proteins. But
I
yeah,
see. Well,
that's
you're
all I
Middle
got to put out.
Eastern. Your body type, you can do it. You probably can do it. Check your blood type. Okay, guys,
Oh
I don't
well,
want to keep Prop any longer.
right. Thanks, Prop. Appreciate the time,
Thank
brother.
you, Prop. Thank you, everybody. See you next Monday, maybe.
Yes, yes, sounds good. Y'all come
Cool
back. Yeah, I appreciate
beans.
y'all.
Sounds good.
All right, good
Everybody
night,
have a
everybody.
good night.
All right, good night, guys. Peace out.
All right, God's servant, peace. Wowzers. Amazing convo as always, checking in. Whenever I do these panels, that's what it's about. I'm just checking in with some people. We usually do it on the phone, but I just said we'll go live and they're okay with it. And every now and again, we have people just jumping in from the chat. So as long as you go follow what's in the description box, um, the numbers that are in bold, the way I have it now, that's for the live chat as well. All right, check this out again. Mondays, 5 p.m. PST, and maybe you can talk to me, and we can talk to each other. All right. See y'all around. Peace out, Black Cats. Anuki in the chat. A lot of people came through. Roland W, the punches. What up? Jesus is watching you, is what Roland with the punches said. Everybody, peace. And Unuki, I love your writings. I appreciate you. All right. Peace out. And make sure when you hit the waves of your life, make sure and hopefully this conversation help you to rock steady. Rock steady.